everybody in the world. Love everybody in the world. What a glorious world this could be.
It's the culture, the music, the artwork. It's the people.
Deutschland by Nacht.
A glorious world this could be.
I was just looking for myself, and then Expo came, and it makes me emotional.
Come on and join us. A new world is just beginning, and it's right here at Expo.
History was made in Game 6 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. But what will Game 7 bring us? We're going to find out, and it starts right now.
One, two, 1, 2. Yeah, chess.com in the house, come on. Harry Mack in the house, come on, yeah. Turn your volume up right now, y'all. We about to make this happen. Look, come on. My name is Harry Mack. I had to hop on camera and spit. Welcome to the FIDE World Championship. 135 years, that's craziness. Been going down since 1886. Match format with 14 games. Many queens will be captured, the kings will be slain. Check out the way I'm unraveling the rhymes. This is sure to be a true battle of the minds. Just so it don't remain a mystery, I'll take a moment to walk you through the history. I said we gotta show love to the masters. 27 years strong, that's Emmanuel Lasker. This next name here is an honor. Said it's the end game master, Jose Capablanca. Can't forget Alexander Alekhine. Ayo, his technique matches my style of rhyme. Why is that? Well, he's the master of attack, and I'm the master of causing disaster over tracks. But when he died, who's gonna be the next leader? FIDE came with a 3-year feature. Soviet reign for 24 years. Cold War pressure, it had us in fear. In comes the American Bobby Fischer. He had to get the crown, I'm just painting a picture. I be in the shuttle straight blasting off. I be slaying my rivals like Kasparov. When it come to spitting, son, I'm about to get it done. Won't stop till my rating 2851. I'm getting loose with the style. That was the past, let me take it to the now. Coming off top with the clever words. Time to introduce your first competitor. If you don't know, this is a reminder. The endgame magician, Norwegian grinder. Triple crown winner, go hard for him. Of course I'm talking about Magnus Carlsen. Is he the GOAT, the greatest son? Highest score ever, 2881. Can anybody test the crown? Well, I guess so. I mean, if anyone can do it, then it's Nepo. Cause he's never been the wannabe. Give it up, y'all, for Ian Nepomniachtchi, the ill Russian. The one that's causing a concussion. People pay attention from the moment that he's touching. The first pawn, making the move that's dynamic, intuitive, the way he's doing it. Yeah, gonna be an exciting challenge. Nepo about to keep the game in balance. Going down 2021 in Dubai. Chess.com, we gon' keep it too live. Twitch exclusive, so keep it locked. We got Fabiano Caruana up in the spot. My man Robert Hess and Daniel Rancho. Yo, the gameplay guaranteed to be intense. FIDE Chess Championship, it's on. Keep it locked right here at chess.com. Peace.
Welcome into the top of the show. This will be Game 7 for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. This will be chess.com's coverage, and it will be brought to you by Coinbase. And we will now remind you who's going to be with us for the rest of the day. We got the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only Robert Hess on the edge of the couch. We've got Fabiano, and do we want to say hello to your little friend?
Yeah, my very own guest came to join us today. Very
own guest. Well, he does wander around our studios from time to time. Welcome into Hickey the Elf. I am your host, Danny Wrench, and excited to be here. Before we move on to Game 7, I don't think we can go any further without introing our dramatic recap of the historic game that was yesterday. It was the first decisive game in the classical World Chess Championship in more than 5 years. It was the longest game in World Chess Championship history. It was full of dramatic moments, and we're going to give you our recap video that just reminds you of all the fun you had before we start previewing Game 7. And let's go ahead and bring up our dramatic recap and get it started. It's Game 6, it's Day 6 for the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. What will the world champion do with his third chance with the white pieces?
He's not recalling. He's
studying.
He's studying.
I like that.
And that's important because Magnus caught him off guard. He's trying to figure out this position. And just because he didn't take the pawn and he didn't develop, doesn't mean that the rest of the game is easy for him.
Like, from the way he's acting, his body language, and the fact that he was playing very rapidly, and now he's stopping to think, it looks like knight c6 was a bit of a surprise, but I don't understand how it can be a surprise.
I don't know. The way he's played this game so far.
This really has been the most impressive game Jan has played.
Magnus moves the queen up. Game on, ladies and gentlemen. We have action in Game 6. Not bishop b4.
What did they have in mind?
It was bishop b4 was such a natural move. I'm kind of puzzled.
Jan is trying to keep this confusing for Magnus with these moves. Wait, what just happened?
Knight
Wait,
e4.
knight f4. Oh, nice e5.
Oh, no, this could be trouble.
Jan is blowing this position here with no time now.
Well, like queen b4, it rook d.
Look, knight e4. Because if you take the knight, you lose the bishop.
Magnus Carlsen has reached time control. Ian Nepomniachtchi has one more move to make or he loses on time.
Queen b3.
Oh my gosh.
Jan is defending this endgame.
Jan is defending this endgame incredibly well. I think that this is, frankly, if Jan holds this, it might be as telling in regards to what we'll be talking about in the World Championship as anything else, because this is the test. We have broken history here in the 2021 World Chess Championship because the move rook to d2 officially makes this game the longest game in World Chess Championship history.
Black has to be careful.
This is going to be so hard for Jan to hold because he's just going to keep pushing this.
I think that's just winning because you can no longer check that king anymore.
I expect Ian Nepomniachtchi to throw in the towel in this position.
That's the way it is. As I said, it shouldn't be easy in a World Championship match. You have to try for every chance, no matter how small it is.
Am I the only one who just got chills by that video, the end of the video there? That was something special. Well done to our video team. Let me remind everybody, you can get our daily recaps. Mike's interviews are available at the ChessCom Live, the new YouTube channel we have. That video you just saw available on our main YouTube channel, along with Fabiano's daily recap. So awesome stuff. Also subscribe to our ChessCom Clips channel for the best moments from these shows and many others. Lots of fun there. If you're just needing some quick hits, you can subscribe to our Clips channel. So fun fact that yesterday's game was actually longer than the entire mini-series, The Queen's Gambit. Kind of relevant given how much growth we've seen for the chess community globally since the Netflix series hit the box offices, if you will, last year. So really interesting when a single game is longer than an entire fully produced mini-series. So, all right, let me remind you who our guests today are, because as always, when the game ends, our show begins. Leavon Aronian, Eric Hansen, and the man, Ludwig, will be joining us today. I don't think he has Disney or Universal Studios plans. And now that he's back on streaming on YouTube, we're going to talk to him about what a wild week, what a wild couple of years he's had. And you're going to want to see his first live interview since his switch from live streaming on Twitch to YouTube gaming. All right, we're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, you know what time it is. It's time for predictions. We're going to let you know what we think will be on the board. What does the challenger need to do to strike back? We're going to discuss that, make our results predictions, and plenty more as Chess.com's coverage of Game 7 for the FIDE World Chess Championship continues.
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
In case you didn't see, our partners at Coinbase are sponsoring Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Championship, and boy, are we thankful. Whether you're an experienced trader, been doing this for years, or just thinking about making your first crypto purchase, Coinbase is the place to go. Visit coinbase.com/chess and get $5 in free Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account today.
Mike Klein here with Chess.com in a deserted media center following round 6. They're actually turning the lights out on us because the game lasted so long. You know all the superlatives by now. Longest World Championship game in history, longest win of Magnus's career, full stop, at least in researchable career. We don't know about when he was 6 years old, but what an unbelievable day. You have to feel bad to Ian Nepomniachtchi for not being able to hold that ending. Maybe if it's a little bit of solace for him, though, is he could hardly be expected to hold that ending on move 130, but he was Magnus's equal for 5 games and 7.5 hours. He's human, though. He slipped up in the end. A very, very even-tempered press conference. This was the one time Magnus wasn't witty at all, and it wasn't because he didn't want to be. I mean, he came out with a big smile right after the game. By the time he got to the press conference, the adrenaline had worn off, and he just looked like a man who was beat down. But he gets the win any way he can take it. It took him 2 days to get this win after more than 5 years of trying. What will Jan be able to do to bounce back? I'm not sure. But I have to say, today is one of those days where it's really tough to be a chess journalist. I'm all in favor of players answering questions after a loss, but it was visceral being the first person to talk to Jan right after his game. I almost gave him a little, I'm sorry I have to do this little nod, but he answered like a pro. Will he be able to bounce back? He's got a pretty even keel, a pretty strong mental fortitude, but we're going to find out tomorrow. You know, for fans looking for a win, you got one if you stayed up this late. It's bedtime for me, it's bedtime for all of us, and they are literally turning out the lights. So I have to say goodbye, and we'll see what happens in round 7.
from Mike. And of course, as we've said, you can check out all of our content on our many different YouTube channels regarding the last game. But it's time to talk about the next game. This is when I scoot up. We thank our sponsors, House of Staunton, for bringing us the wonderful chessboard in which we are going to make our first move predictions. Remember, you can get 15% off of any House of Staunton order right now with the promo code chess.com. So for the first move predictions, I'm going to start. We're going to go the opposite order today on all predictions. So I'm going to start and say that I believe Jan is going to go back to the Marshall, that it's the right decision for him to continue to challenge and stick to his plan, because I think psychologically, if you change your plan after one loss, it wasn't a good plan to begin with. Your thoughts?
I think it's going to be e4 again. I think that Jan should and will continue to punch at the lines in the Marshall that he's been playing.
Okay.
So I expect that we will see a repeat of the a4 anti-Marshall.
Okay.
So far, Magnus has chosen sidelines in both games where he faced a4. First, he played rook e8, which was a sideline. He was well prepared there and made an easy draw. The second time he played rook b8, there Jan was more well prepared and got an advantage. I think that means that after disposing of the sidelines here and there, Magnus will at some point have to go for the main lines, and we'll be able to see Jan's preparation. His team of seconds, they've been working on this for sure. They've worked on it before the match, during the match. I think that we're going to see a tough theoretical battle. The only other possibility I can think of for Jan is to play the early d3 instead of rook to e1. But I don't think that makes much sense, because there he doesn't have any information on what Magnus wants to do. Magnus could choose from several promising equalizing lines. I think it makes sense for him to continue to put pressure on the same point and see if that point will crack.
Wow, I feel like I almost want to just watch you preview the game more than even watch the game at this point, but go ahead.
How am I supposed to follow that up?
You make your first move.
I also think e4 is going to be played, and Fabian and I did talk about this last night.
Okay.
I think that Jan should test Magnus in the Marshall again, because as Fabiano stated, you can only dodge mainline preparation for so long. Because at some point you're playing offbeat lines. Fabiano said second variation in computer analysis, that can work as a surprise. But it's no longer going to be a surprise.
Right.
So you can only dodge for so long. I do think Jan should go back to the Marshall.
Okay, now what about our results? We're all predicting a Marshall with great detailed breakdowns from Fabiano and Hess. I'm going to predict a happy Hikaru. Why a happy Hikaru when last time a draw prediction was a sad Hikaru? That's because we're all tired, and we know that Hikaru also needs some rest. So I think we're going to get a draw today. I actually don't know that either side will have tons left in the tank. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but I think a draw will mean a happy rested Hikaru. Bobby?
I agree with that. I think Hikaru will be happy, and we'll all be happy with a slightly shorter game than yesterday, although yesterday was so thrilling and probably the most dramatic World Championship game we've seen in who knows how long.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a calmer game. These players are also tired, and I think we're going to see a peaceful result.
Okay, Robert, you with us?
Yeah, well, as I see the players sitting down, I'm going to surprise perhaps everybody. I'm going with the Ian Nepomniachtchi victory, and the reason why. When both players are exhausted, we see what can happen when you grind a better position for hours. Both players must be exhausted. Ian Nepomniachtchi has secured advantages with the white pieces. I'm going with Jan.
Wow, okay. Okay, big prediction there from Robert. We'll see if the challenger, despite them being exhausted, does come up with the victory. Remind you that you can go to chess.com/events and vote on the result. You should go do so right now. Voting is open until usually about 10 moves in, I think. So now's your chance to go over, vote. Remember, even if you're not leading the opportunity to get $3,000 for first place or one of the other cash prizes, you can win a diamond membership. Every day we're giving away diamonds, every day. And those are the prizes right there. More than $10,000 in cash, the most we've ever given away, of course. That's because it's the World Championship. And now we're listening in, I think. Okay, E4, it's on the board.
There are no jokes on the first move today.
No jokes on the first move today. I mean, did you feel that? I know we weren't listening in to Maurice necessarily, and, you know, I think that's okay that we skip a day. But
I actually don't think it makes sense to compete with, you know, to sort of answer Magnus's humor with the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, let him do his thing and then just get down to business.
Right.
And now Jan is all business. He knows that he has to win, not necessarily today, but he has to win at some point. He's trailing in the match, and he can no longer afford to keep the status quo.
And I do think that Jan had some good answers in the press conference. That must have been one of the most difficult moments of his entire life.
Yeah.
And yet they said, what do you need to do to bounce back? What can you do? It's like hopefully in style. And right now, Ian Nepomniachtchi, it's the opening stage. I know I made a bold prediction with a Ian victory, but I have liked the positions he's been able to obtain from the white side against these martial variations. So I think that Ian, if he can secure an advantage like he did in Game 5, he needs to make the most of those situations. Play that move C4, which we were advocating for 2 games ago.
Right.
And if he can find those moments and he doesn't have little sloppy errors that cause him to lose his edge, then Ian Nepomniachtchi can press. And both players, they must be so drained after yesterday's 7-hour, 45-minute derby. And
he repeats the same line.
Yep.
That means Magnus believes in it, which is interesting because Black has main lines. Besides rook b8, Black can play bishop to b7 like he played in the other game. And there are main lines which are considered to equalize comfortably for Black. And instead, Magnus is going for the same line, which is arguably a bit speculative, which led to an advantage for Ian in the last game where he played white. And we're seeing the exact same thing played, h3 first, then after d6. In the last game they played in this line, Ian played c3, b4, and d3, and that was how the game continued. So I wonder where Ian will spring the surprise, because obviously Magnus has improved on the previous game where white was better. So it makes sense that Ian will have the first surprise in this game.
Ooh,
he started with d3.
That's a different move order.
Right, so he leaves the c3 square open for his knight. And one question I have for you, Fabi, is it almost more surprising to repeat a variation? Because the Magnus Carlsen we've seen in this World Championship is changing his moves, right? Dodging some things. Of course, Ian has a part in that. But if Magnus goes to the same exact variation, on one hand, you have seen it before as the team of seconds preparing it. On the other, you say, well, Magnus is probably going to jump to something new, so maybe we don't look at this as in depth as some other lines.
Yeah, I am surprised by rook b8, and I suspect Ian is also surprised by rook b8. But you analyze it to cover your bases. And in any case, he has the manpower and the computer power to very easily check this line and many others, especially if he's going for the same line. Black has limited options, and the main lines were probably covered in detail in his pre-match preparation.
Pre-match prep, yeah. Well, let's go ahead and, so this has been great and rapid fire information there for those tuning in. I know we're gaining a lot of new interested chess community followers, so you've been reminded of our schedule, the prizes, all kinds of stuff. Now let's remind you of what exactly Fabi and Hess are talking about. So if you're following the match from the beginning, the first game saw 8h3 by Ian Nepomniachtchi. Since then, we have had 8a4. Both of these variations referred to generally as anti-martials, and what that means is you're not playing c3, the old main line that allows d5, and this is the martial gambit, where in the end, white is up a pawn, but black has great compensation due to the lack of development caused by the move c3. So if we're describing the high-level discussion here, the point is that Ian's moves in the World Championship have all avoided that by keeping the c3 square open. Now after the move a4, in Game 5, we saw Magnus play rook to b8, but as both of our guys have said here, Ian got a better position as white. So as Fabi said, a little bit speculative for him to go back to rook b8 rather than bishop b7, which is what he had played in Game 3. And now after AB, again, as said, h3, d6, c3 would have been a direct transposition to Game 5, but it was Ian to vary first. And so, forgive me guys, having just set the tone there for everyone, back to you guys to describe. Fabi, why don't we talk a little bit about the main lines from this position?
Sure. So I actually checked this variation a little bit after it was played.
Okay.
When I was preparing for Magnus in 2018, a4 was my main preparation for the martial in case he were to do so. Mm-hmm. And rook b8 was one of the moves I considered, but not in great depth. And exactly what Ian played is what I wanted to play: take h3 and d3. And I thought that white has a slight advantage here. I checked the position a few days ago, and I noticed that the computer mentions 2 approaches for black. One is to play h6, rook e8, bishop f8, and eventually d5.
Oh, and there we go. It's on the board. h6 has been played.
Which is, I thought, the most natural way for black to play. The other way was a bit unusual. It was to play bishop d7, move the rook back to a8, and just start trading off pieces.
Ooh, interesting.
On the one hand, you wasted time playing rook b8, rook a8. On the other hand, trades of pieces and black gains control of the A file, those are pluses for black. So both plans make sense, but I understand Magnus's, he likes classical development. He likes harmonious, fluid development for his pieces, and h6, rook e8, bishop f8, and d5 is a very harmonious plan.
Okay. He's played h6. Now, when you say the computer, that makes me interested, Bobby, because tell everybody just how different the neural nets and the computers now might be from what you were preparing with in 2018. Because when you say the computer, you're not checking like a random, like, you know, Stockfish 12. It's always the latest and greatest for you. And the latest and greatest is getting better all the time, right?
So I was analyzing, and John Urschel was working on the couch next to me.
Probably doing some math or something.
Some math and
I was ignoring both of them.
You're watching Netflix or something.
we were all watching Netflix. And he asked me, what do you use with computers? And what he was surprised by was the fact that it's actually very easy to get powerful hardware now. It's accessible to everyone, and it's also extremely affordable because we use cloud engines.
You sound like you're about to drop like a sales pitch for something. Go ahead.
No, I'm not selling anything here. I'm just saying that the playing field has leveled in a way. Because it used to be that only people who had a lot of resources could do very deep opening analysis. Now it's available to everyone. And that's the reason why you see most players who are dedicated to chess very well prepared. So when I analyze even casually, it's not with my own hardware, and it is with the best possible software. And in some cases, you can even get
using cloud-based server support sort of stuff. Yeah, makes sense.
Exactly. So it's easy to not to analyze, but to have the tools to analyze, and then you actually have to put the creative work in. That's the difficult part, in terms of everyone sees the same evaluations, but you have to go deeper to see what might be practically difficult for your opponent.
Okay.
What you try to predict their moves and see where you can try to outsmart them, not necessarily the computer, but them in their analysis.
It becomes easier, though, when a team forgets to turn on private mode, and so 20 moves of analysis are left for everybody to see in the online database.
For those who don't know what Robert's referring to, there was a moment earlier in the match where Jan's team's cloud analysis was actually publicly available. The game was a draw, no real match advantage gained necessarily, but Robert, let's come back to the advantages of the knight on c3, because this is very different than what you have in the Spanish ideas of c3 and d4. So break down for the viewers, if you will, the difference in the structure with the knight in front of the c-pawn in this Lopez.
Right, well, first of all, d4 still, at some point, could be an option for whites. You haven't eliminated that from your future, potentially. The knight on c3, teaming up with the bishop on b3 and the pawn on e4, all cover the d5 square. And one of the things we've talked about in previous games is the strength of this bishop on b3. And because the a file is open, there's no knight to a5 to chase that bishop. And if you play bishop to e6, you have to get ready for the move knight to d5. Because this is a very typical idea where if you take on d5 with the knight, which is what you'd prefer to do, obviously that loses a piece. There's a little fork here that causes black some serious problems. So, and you don't want to take with the bishop on d5 because then you hand white the bishop pair. And as I mentioned, the move d4 is still on the horizon in many of these positions, and black is being forced back. Where's that knight going? Doesn't have a7, doesn't have a5. If it goes to b4, it does attack the pawn on d5, but your pieces are all sorts of misplaced in this position. If you go to d4, we simply trade. White ends up with the bishop pair, and with the rook on e1, you're first to this open file. So these types of positions could honestly get disastrous for black if you're not careful. So the move bishop e6 maybe is not even the best move, even though it looks like a pretty natural one.
Okay, that's fantastic stuff, and I think it's really instructive to note that just because the pawn's not on c3 doesn't mean the traditional sort of Spanish breakthrough here for white isn't potentially on the agenda. Bobby, again, revealing as much prep as you'd like to reveal for us?
No, I haven't really analyzed this in okay. much detail, but knight c3, as Robert mentioned, it actively dissuades bishop e6 immediately and in the near future, and it also stops d5 in its tracks. Mm-hmm. That was black's long-term idea, to play rook e8, bishop f8, d5. That idea, well, rook e8, bishop f8 might happen, but d5 will definitely not happen.
Right.
And also, I see some slightly bizarre tactics, maybe involving knight takes b5. Let's imagine rook e8, bishop to e3, which is a normal developing move, but if black plays bishop f8, I'm wondering, knight takes b5, rook takes b5, bishop a4. And that the bishop on e3 covers b6, c5, so that rook can't go to those squares.
It also covers a7, so there's no knight a7.
knight a7 is also out of the picture. If bishop to a6, white can take on b5. Take, it looks like black got 2 pieces, but c4, that bishop is trapped, white wins. Maybe black is still okay with rook takes b2, bishop c6, bishop d7, but at least it's an idea that black has to keep in mind.
Man, I am learning so much about the Lopez. Really, really time for me to give up the scotch. I mean, I have no more excuses. Don't clip that.
Yes, yes. That makes me so happy to hear. How many years have I been telling you that?
I know. And the knight on c3, I love the, just the little details of the A file being open in this anti-martial and what you highlighted, Robert, about, because really one of the big things about c3, regardless of when it's played earlier, let's say in the martial, is that it gives a retreating square for the bishop, right, on c2. But in these lines where you don't need to worry about knight a5, it really changes white's approach to how you're attacking the center altogether with the knight on c3.
And black would love to put that pawn on c7 on c5, right? That's a typical move that helps you control the center. But knight a5 is the way to get there. Your knight doesn't have a good move. We talked about the a file, the rook controls it. There's no knight a5, there's no knight a7, anything like that. Knight d4, you have to be certain about that trade because you end up with double pawns, and that could actually be a problem for black. So because you don't have this move c5, white will still have d4 available later in the game. As Fabiano was highlighting, white controls this d5 square. So black doesn't have a way to open up the space for the rest of the pieces. And look at the bishop on e7. That's not a very happy piece. It's staring into its own pawn. It's knight on f6. And so white can play bishop e3, have that bishop staring in both directions, and just controls more of the board. So I do like this initial position from Jan's point of view. We see that Magnus is the one who's going to the think tank first. And Jan has not had a problem getting nice positions out of the opening. Time and time again, he has had comfortable positions where he can continue the game, try to come up with good ideas, and press forward. This is critical. He needs to be able to convert on his advantage. That doesn't mean just win. Winning in chess is extremely difficult. We heard Magnus's quote. It has to be hard. It's good to be hard. It's the World Chess Championship. But you can't just allow Magnus to make an easy equalization of a worse position.
So I actually just want to build on something you said, Robert, there. You mentioned c7 to c5 as an ideal move for black. So I played a game similar to this.
You were about to suggest a feature. Danny, could you build where pawns can just hop over pieces?
That's another great idea. But another idea is, so in 2013, I played a game against Kamsky, and with the knight on c3, in a similar position, and also in this one, I think, black has the option of knight to b4. White's knight is blocking the c3, pushing that knight back, and now black is ready for c5. And it looks weird, but imagine white prepares c3. Otherwise, that knight on b4 is sort of entrenched there. White plays knight to e2. Black plays c5. So structurally, this is great, but black wasted time. What about c3? Is it really worth taking 2 moves to go back? But here, knight takes d3 suddenly becomes an option. Queen takes d3, c4. White takes the pawn. So now white's up a pawn, queen c4. But imagine bishop to b7. Black has a bishop pair, so we see something similar to in the first game. Knight to g3. Now I like to move knight takes e4. Knight takes e4, d5. The queen drops back somewhere, let's say to e2. D takes e4. Knight e5. White is still up a pawn, but black has moves that continue to the initiative. Maybe queen to d5, maybe bishop to f6, or queen to c7. It's difficult to say. But in any case, this is an interesting direction for black.
Yeah, I like the move knight b4 a lot because you're trying to get c5, as Fabi's highlighting. But these positions can get very concrete, right? So we know that Magnus, starting in game 1, he says he likes having the bishop pair, even if it costs him a pawn. So those types of positions can be very rich. The downside, from Magnus's perspective, is you're playing with fire a bit because you have given up material. And if you can't prove that you have the compensation move after move, things can get bad in a relative hurry. So I do like the lines, and knight b4 makes a ton of sense given what we've been discussing. But as we look down that variation, you're giving up a pawn, and it's a serious pawn because white gets those 2 passed pawns on the queen side. So black with the bishop pair, if we just peek at the end of that line again.
Yep, we'll go to it.
Just like after knight takes e5, I guess we can just go through it, yeah. Like, just visually or optically, it looks pretty nice for black with the bishop pair, with the extra pawn in the center of the board. But those b2, c3 pawns, like those can start running up, especially if black doesn't organize a real attack. And so that would be my concern. And this is the exact type of position you want if you're Ian Nepomniachtchi coming off a loss. You need some sort of imbalance here that
Right.
gives you real chances to win, not just a slight pull where many of the pieces remain and you hope that you're going to get an advantage. 'Cause that's Magnus's style, whereas this gives more dynamic chances.
It's fascinating. And
Yeah.
that was an incredible line, Fabiano. Not just knight b4, but that whole line is like, whoa, so glad we've got a world championship challenger in studio. Go ahead. What were you going to add to that?
It's a very logical, like, I think you quickly come to the position after knight takes e5. Now that I've started to see it, I'm not sure I like it so much for black because, as Robert mentioned, this is a very committal decision. Not only are you giving up a pawn, white has two connected pass pawns when endings are winning for white, most likely. White has threats of rook d1, bishop f4, so it's actually not one-sided in terms of black's initiative. I think maybe after queen c7, black concretely might have enough, like knight goes somewhere to c4, and then maybe rook f to d8 to bring the rook to d3, but it's really tough to decide on this because white has bishop e3 and white also has a lot of dark square control. And b6, there's a lot of potential issues with black's position as well. So,
what a wild game this would be. Although, as you guys have both kind of mentioned something that makes me think of the psychology here, right? If that is a Magnus Carlsen type of position, should he not be playing for his type of positions regardless of the match situation? Or are you already, even just with a single game lead, thinking a little bit about protecting it, which, as we all know, if you allow things that are non-present to the X's and O's affect the X's and O's, there's a slippery slope there, right? You start playing moves based on something that has nothing to do with what's on the board. What would be your psychological take on that, Fabi?
I think ideally you should just try to make the best moves.
Right.
Because also this is not the last game of the match. A win for Magnus would be even more disastrous for Jan. So it's not like Jan is playing for two results and knows that it's a must-win game. This is still the middle of the match. Both of them will have to take difficult decisions.
Yeah.
And potentially will be afraid of risk.
Yeah, and also, you can't force a win with black, right? These types of positions where Magnus is choosing certain openings that may not be the main lines, so he is taking on an element of risk simply by choosing the position.
Right.
I was wondering, and I asked Fabian earlier, if he can hide some of the risk within familiarity. It seems counterintuitive, right? If it's familiar to your opponent, then shouldn't they be better prepared? But as we've been discussing, sometimes with Magnus changing his openings, deviating, you don't expect the expected.
Right.
Which is funny. But here, Magnus is the one spending time because we saw in game 5 that he played pretty natural moves, and then he was suffering a cramped position with that terrible bishop on d6 and an opportunity for Jan to push the pawns forward. So as we sit here, it's more about coming up with a plan. Like Fabiano mentioned, rook e8, bishop f8, and so on. That makes sense to me. What else makes sense? Moving the bishop out from c8 and going for this rook a8 plan. That also can be played at some point, but the b5 pawn is loose. And so there are different ways of playing this, and no matter which is played, including this knight b4 move, which is the most committal of the options, black has different plans that all look good, but it's not about looking good. You have to calculate, and you have to figure out, is this an acceptable variation? And the one we were just looking at with this knight b4 continuation, it could get black into trouble, and I'm sure that's why Magnus is deliberating now. Do I make this move, or do I play a more standard approach with rook to e8? So, Fabi, what do you expect?
Well, I'm just thinking about the move rook to e8 because this is the most natural move. And we mentioned bishop e6 as provoking knight d5, and not in a good way for black.
Right.
But if rook e8, I'm also wondering, can white play knight to d5? If black plays knight takes d5 in return, white can play e takes d5. Then knight suddenly has very limited squares to go to. On b4, it will get trapped. So it has to go to d4. And
which line are we looking at?
Rook e8?
Rook to e8, knight to d5. Let's just say black takes on d5. Black also has bishop f8, but that may be a better move. E takes d5 now. Knight to d4. Knight takes d4, e takes d4. And it's not easy for black to decide on this because the d4 pawn is a bit easier for white to attack than the d5 pawn is for black to attack. So, and also white has control of the a file, which now is very important because the rook can come down to a7, probably not immediately, but at some point, there's no longer knight on c6 to protect that square. A rook on a7 puts enormous pressure on c7. And so if white continues, let's say, with bishop to d2 here, with slow play like bishop d2, rook a7, bishop a5, or white can combine play on both sides. Bishop d2 and queen f3, trying to maybe attack d4 in some cases with rook e4, doubling rooks on the e-file. It feels like white has some initiative here. So black, and the position is sort of sterilized in the sense that black no longer can no longer play for an advantage at all or win in the long term. So this is a one-sided game in this type of position. So maybe black doesn't have to take on d5. Maybe black can play bishop to f8 after knight d5.
Yeah, well, one idea also in this position, though, we'll get into bishop 8 in a second, is white can even play for c3, right? Because if you can play bishop d2 and c3, you have this backward pawn on c7 that can be a target. So I'm with you here that bishop f8 instead of knight takes d5 looks more solid from black's perspective. And it's funny how you have all these double pawns in the d file here, and yet we're saying how d4 is worse. And I think also because the pawn's on b5, right? That makes it a more precarious situation for Magnus if this were to happen.
Yeah, in general, black has more targets. White has more targets in black's position than black has in white's position.
Right.
Because all of white's potential weaknesses like d5 or c2, the base of the pawn chain, are firmly defended, while c7 is not really firmly defended. It's defended by a queen, which is not a very good defender.
Yeah.
And b5 is also a weakness, and d4 is also a weakness because it can only be defended by a bishop on f6. So it can only be defended by one piece.
Got it.
Of course, this is not forced from black's point of view. Black can play bishop to f8 after knight to d5.
Yeah, and that way you can just keep the position more solid and not change the pawn structure in that way.
All right, guys, we're going to take a really quick break here. We're just going to reset some technical difficulties. Everybody, don't go anywhere. You'll still have the live position and the playing hall cams available to you, and we will be right back in just a moment.
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
We are back here as two more moves have been played since that brief interruption. We are a live broadcast, and sometimes you lose power, everybody. Hey, we're crushing it. Shout out to everybody working hard to get us back online, and we still got a lot of you with us, so the game is just getting started. No stress. What do we have here, Fabi? Since we left, we saw rook e8, knight d5, and bishop f8. Take it away.
We were discussing this before the break.
Yep.
Robert and I, and it seems like the most natural way for black to play. Maybe knight b4 was a good idea, but this is the most natural mode of development, knight b4 instead of rook e8.
Yep.
We were looking at this too, but it's not easy to decide on this because you have to calculate a lot. You have to be really sure in your evaluations following knight b4. And in general, Magnus likes that sort of development with rook e8, bishop f8. We've seen it already in the second black game he played. He also went for that mode of development, rook e8, h6, bishop f8, h6 to cover knight to g5, so that f7 is never a vulnerability.
Right.
Jan is still in his preparation, although he hasn't returned to the board yet. But he must be in his preparation because knight c3 to d5 was a very natural way of developing, and bishop f8 is the most natural response. There's only two really natural responses. One is knight takes d5, followed by knight d4. And the second is the way that Magnus played.
Now, Robert, you were highlighting the dysfunction of where this knight can go whenever you make that trade on d5. So is that one of the big advantages to what Magnus did here with bishop f8, is that now if a trade is made, is e7 the new home for the knight?
Yeah, and actually you can see that in that previous variation instead of bishop f8. So what Fabi and I were discussing was that if a knight takes d5, pawn takes d5, that knight's got to go to d4, otherwise he gets trapped. And after knight takes d4, pawn takes, we were discussing all sorts of possibilities here, including bishop d2, and the rook can go to a7, the bishop to a5, and also don't count out pawn to c3, because with the position of the pawns on the queen side, the fact that black has put the pawn on b5 makes c7 a backwards pawn. So if you can pry open the c file and bring your queen to c2, rook to c1, bishop to a5, that c7 pawn can be in big trouble. So that's probably why, one of several reasons why Magnus instead dropped the bishop back to f8. He did not want the change in structure. But the problem for black is that knight on d5 is not going anywhere. So after bishop to f8, bishop to d2 is a move that looks very reasonable. You're just developing the piece. And Fabi and I were discussing during the break just what black might do here. And after bishop d2, let's say you say, I'm going to play bishop e6. We keep talking about that. You're not threatening to take the knight on d5. And another idea that becomes available, what was the bishop on c8 doing? It was undeveloped, but it was covering a6. So the rook can fly up to a6. White takes over the a file. And if you remember an earlier variation, Fabiano was suggesting that black even play like a bishop d7, rook e8 to control the file. There is one open file on this board. There's only been one pawn traded, and white controls that open file, which means that white has a pleasant plus in the position and can already start infiltrating with rook a6 and then follow suit with more pieces on the a file.
Yeah, we see the downside of rook to b8, although it has advantages. The bishop on c8 is flexible to develop on b7 or on e6, so that's the advantage of playing the rook to b8. The disadvantage is that you cede control of the a file to white. And Robert and I were discussing this variation in the break, bishop to e6, bishop d2, as he mentioned. And if
Oops, yeah, it's bishop d2 first, then bishop e6.
Right. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Rook to a6, which looks like a very critical move. Bishop takes d5, because there's no really easy way for black to deal with the c6 knight, although there is another move of knight d4. But bishop takes d5 is maybe the most critical way for black to play. E takes d5, knight e7, c4. And we were struggling to find a satisfactory answer for black here. Although maybe there are moves like knight to f5, trying to push forward e4. But it gets sharp, white can take on b5, and there's potentially an exchange sacrifice on the horizon. Maybe it's not sufficient for black, even though black will get a bunch of pawns. Maybe black has a better move besides knight f5, but he has difficult decisions to make here. And also, very importantly, he has a great deal of strategic risk. Black is concretely going to try to find counterplay, but if he doesn't, white has the strategic advantage fully.
Mm-hmm.
So
two big advantages, right? One of them being the bishop pair, which you've talked a lot about black getting in these lines, and the other, of course, this sort of 3-on-2 majority if you just split the board in half, right? And think about white's potential pawns on the queen side here.
Yeah, exactly. The pawn on d5 is a very powerful one. It exerts a very cramping influence, and it also makes endgames very dangerous for black because c7 is a huge weakness which can be targeted with bishop a5, rook a7, and since that's a backward pawn due to the pawn on d5, black has to defend that pawn. He can't push it forward, or white will capture en passant with d takes, let's say c5 at any moment. D takes c5, and that's a free pawn. So the structure is actually favorable for white. The black's chances lie in, he has a kingside majority, so maybe e4 at an appropriate moment will lead to strong counterplay. But you have to really be sure of that in advance when going for this.
Like I said, I just feel like a spoiled little kid over here next to you two guys on the couch. By the way, Fabi, looking great, man, in that shirt.
Thanks. Yeah. You look great too, Danny.
Thanks, bud. Robert, your thoughts?
Again? Really? I mean, it just hurts at this point.
But nobody knows, just so you guys know, we're all up at 3 a.m. We all put on these shirts like completely separate of each other. And we had this moment in the studio where we were like, we all looked at each other and be like, you wore that shirt? You wore that shirt? So anyway, fun fact. But Fabi does wear it best. Okay, we continue.
Well, so am I supposed to do my job, or is this where I walk off
You
set?
do such a great job.
Oh,
all right.
Okay. Well, the bishop on f8, right? You save the bishop for now because white could have captured on e7 at some point and secured the bishop pair.
Right.
But the bishop on f8 actually is not a very good piece, right? It just kind of hangs out. It's hard to put it somewhere that it really does something. Even if you get g6, bishop g7, which is not a given, you're still staring into your own pawn.
Right.
So I really like the start of this game for Jan. And I'm a bit surprised he hasn't moved because bishop d2 feels extremely natural, but maybe there's something. I mentioned a move c4. I think it's too soon to play that move, but you can consider that pawn push, and he played that in an earlier game, a similar idea. But yeah, I'm really wondering what else he's considering.
Well, remember, he wasn't at the board until about 2 seconds ago, so it could just be that. And I agree with you. He's obviously at the board thinking. We see head in hands, but he wasn't at the board literally until a few seconds ago. So.
When he's off stage, though, we don't know what he's doing. He might be in the rest area checking the monitor.
Right. There is a monitor just for everyone to understand. The players they both kind of have their own private space from what we know. And there is a large monitor where they can see the game and calculate in their head. And
so maybe when he's away from the board, he's also calculating the position just as much as he would be at the board.
Right.
And although I have to say it is a difference, like although you can visualize a position wherever you are, having the physical chessboard in front of you makes it psychologically easier just because you suddenly get in that calculation and thinking mode.
It's so funny because, we all say that one of the things that makes chess great and has helped, I think, lead to the growth of the game online is that it is the same game over the board, Robert, as it is online. Like the rules don't change, right? We always compare it to other video games. Like you're not actually casting spells if you ever thought you were, or, any other sort of violent video game. But chess is the same game. Online is over the board. Yet everybody at lower levels and higher levels talk about the different feel it is. And I wish a neuroscientist or someone would do a study on that. I wonder if it's like a different part of the brain or something about the space, the spatial recognition or something, because it is different. I agree. It is different when you're doing what Jan's doing versus calculating on a 2D board like we're doing.
There's also an opponent right in front of you. That's
okay,
a big difference. And
that's a surprise.
That is not a move. As our boy Canty would say, that's not a move.
Yeah, that is very surprising. Knight takes f6. While it's, of course, not a bad move, it's just a trade. It didn't feel necessary at all because was black really going to take on d5? I don't think so. And
Wow.
Yeah, that's...
It has to be a novelty, right? That is a...
Well, so on the one hand, it puts less pressure on black, but we assume that Jan knows the position, and he is making the objectively best move. So let's try to understand what he's going to...
Should we assume that, though?
I mean, should we assume that? He took some time. I mean, he was clearly trying to remember preparation.
Okay, I want to make a suggestion.
Okay.
Crazy one. C4 again.
Okay.
I know I made this suggestion earlier on in the match in a different position, but if B takes C4, I actually want to play bishop A4.
Right.
Let's say bishop to D7, and now DC4, and I'm claiming that it's an unbalanced structure. Maybe white's not better, but at least it's a complicated position, and the pin is a bit annoying to deal with. Although maybe if black plays queen E7, he deals with that pin without too many problems.
He moved the c-pawn, but he stopped one square short of your idea.
You sure it's not a DGT? Just kidding.
So he plays c3, which he's going for d4. He will have a strong center. It looks like, and the knight on c6 has nowhere to jump to. Right? A pawn 3 squares away from a knight, generally speaking, dominates the knight. If the bishop leaves c8, you still have rook a6 ideas. So it's not like anything Jan has done is bad. It just felt like now black has more freedom. We talk about this very regularly. When you have less space, and black had less space, trades favor you. Because before the knight took on f6, your queen and your knight are sort of fighting for similar territory. And it felt like he could have just developed with bishop d2. Maybe he was concerned about a knight takes d5. Don't know if he should have been, but he was. And so what he is doing in the game, it makes sense. It is actually quite logical, even if it is surprising.
Yeah, it's just so strange when you see an activated piece in the center, right? Trade itself for a piece that is at least optically cramping. At the same time, yeah, I guess there's some truth to the fact that this trade was probably inevitable for black. So something about his prep, or he didn't want the variations we were looking at. He forces the issue in an odd way.
Yeah, this was a standoff of the knights in the center. He probably felt like black at some point will take under more favorable circumstances than white taking on f6. And maybe in some cases, e takes d5 was not leading to an advantage for white. Now he has a very clear idea. If it's white's next move, he just plays d4. He gains the center. And I wanted to point out one thing. If in the first game we saw in this variation with rook b8, when white played c3, Magnus responded with b4 to trade, because black would love to trade off those pawns to activate the rook on b8. So the question is, what happens after b4? Here, a pin with bishop to a4 looks very annoying to me. Bishop d7 is the only logical way to counter it. And now maybe d4. That knight on c6 is pinned, and d5 is an immediate threat. Black will probably play b takes c3, b takes c3, and maybe e d4, cd4, but white has the center fully.
And now there's no d5, which in that game, I mean, the structural, for those who followed game 5 or know this structure, what normally exists here? A knight on f6 supporting a push on d5, which kind of puts the two pawns right on notice and stops them in their tracks. And the more you say that, this is definitely an interesting, it makes me want to play d5 anyway if I could. I would love to even sacrifice that pawn and get like a knight b4 to take back, but of course that's not tactically possible because the bishop.
After d5, e5, I think it actually works out for black. Rook takes e1, queen takes e1, knight takes d4. I think black is equalizing.
Oh, wow. Okay, wow, look at the rook hanging in the end.
Well, there's knight d4, queen d4, bishop e3, it looks like.
A little bit of tickle here.
And queen takes a4, I mean...
maybe you draw this one.
Yeah, right, that's the thing. Maybe you can hold it, but with queen a5 coming, things like
queen
that.
A5, I have queen a5, bishop to d6.
Bishop d6 is really nice.
Threatening checkmate on b1. You guys are so good at chess. You guys are so good.
Well, I was anticipating someone saying d5, and I was calculating, so that's why I was silent. I was just trying to gather my bearings there to understand the position. But the thing about d5, in this particular position that we've been just analyzed, like Diva's backwards c7 pawn. So even if white pushes e5,
right,
like white has some long-term advantages in this position. You have this bad pawn over there, and so it feels. Oh, actually, wait, is
I think
knight e5?
Knight e5 is a very strong.
Look at that, very common tactic here.
No,
instead of
I hear no.
Wait,
pawn takes e5.
Oh no, it doesn't work as pawn takes. Yeah.
Instead of e5, white has knight to e5.
Knight e5.
And it's a bit tricky because black can play knight takes e5, d5, queen e5.
There's also bishop a4.
Wait.
Oh, there's bishop
a4.
a4.
You take with a tempo on the queen. And black is actually getting out of this just fine. Okay, wow.
Wait, maybe e d5, rook e1, and simply knight to e1 is very strong. Now that I see it, this just looks like, how does black respond here?
Yeah, the rook is still loose over here, but you're giving up too much for it. We take on d7, even if you give some sort of check or something, we assume.
You get the rook, but for 2 pieces, that's a decisive material advantage.
Even if you make a simple... I was just checking it because of the tactics here. But
yeah, it's still complicated, but probably bishop to d2 is good enough.
Yeah.
Rook b1 pins it, but doesn't win it.
Man, when you on the mic, your rhymes are tight.
That almost rhymed, Danny.
Yeah, that didn't work.
You almost rhymed. Fabi almost rhymed. The day Fabi almost rhymed. Okay, wow. Well, first of all, those variations are incredible. Obviously, as usually happens when we're calculating all those force variations, what happens is none of them occur on the board, but that doesn't mean we're not translating what they might be thinking in their head.
Oh, those are essential variations.
Yeah.
Because if b4 is to be played, we keep talking this bishop a4 move, the pin, and things like that. So b4 is a tough move to make in this particular position because of the pin, because of white's obvious follow-up, and because in many of these positions, if you do play e takes d4, c takes d4, white has the strong center with 2 pawns versus 1 on the e and d files, and also you have the c7 backwards pawn. So, of course, players in their head, they'll make mistakes, they'll calculate, and that's just part of analysis, right? It's not like every line Magnus Carlsen has ever calculated is correct. Yesterday, he made an error, but it was a very deep line. So it's to be expected that mistakes will happen in their calculation. That said, it's important to be able to go this deeply because once you make a move like b4, you can't take that move back. So you don't just play b4, oh, I'm opening my rook on b8, I'm happy about it. You need to start calculating 6 moves down the line and maybe even more.
Yeah.
All right, let's try to predict what Magnus will do. Because he doesn't have many logical moves, right? White is threatening d4, so he has to counter that. So I'm thinking bishop to e6. And the only problem I can see with this move is rook to a6.
Right.
Really annoying.
Yeah.
But maybe after rook to a6, if black plays knight to e7, although it doesn't look ideal, it's not the end of the world for black. White does get the center, which is kind of not what black, maybe first bishop e6 and then d4. Because the queen on e6 might run into d5 stuff as well. But yeah, black can play knight to g6 here. D5 is not the end of the world, although it's a structural, it looks like structurally dangerous for black, but then black will play queen c8 and c6 and break open the center. So this looks relatively playable.
Do you just break open the center, though?
Well, rook to c6, knight to e7 wins.
Well, I'm not going to play rook c6, but...
but you have to
attack.
I thought okay.
Yeah, you can move the rook back to a1 or even to a7. But then c6, I think black maybe doesn't equalize, but gets close to it. So this is a solid way of playing, but a slightly passive way of playing it. It's not an opening win for Magnus, for sure.
Okay.
But I think he's just happy to get a position where he can comfortably play moves and not get rolled away in the center, because that's what Jan is threatening at the moment. If you give Jan a free hand to play d4, to take, to develop his c1 bishop maybe to e3, then we're already talking about a large advantage for white.
Yeah.
And Magnus doesn't look particularly pleased.
Yeah, he's working hard, not hardly working. Bishop e6 seems logical. Go ahead, Robert.
Oh, it's just a big decision because rook a6 is a frustrating move to allow. Because we talked about it, white's been traded now a knight and just 1 pawn per side. And white controls the only open file. And even if, from an objective standpoint, with the engine at your side, it says it's slightly, barely better for white, that does not tell the story. Because chess players like to have active plans. And right now, the only side that we're talking about active plans is white, because black's main active plan is to go b5 to b4 to make use of the rook on b8. But we're talking about some of the very serious drawbacks of that move. So when we see Magnus analyzing, looking uncomfortable, it's almost certainly not because he thinks his position is bad. He just doesn't see the fun in it that he does from the white side. And that's what happens in chess. You don't think about, oh, what's going on from my perspective. You also think, what's my opponent planning? And so Jan's plans are numerous and relatively obvious. Black's plans are saying, well, I'm going to go bishop e6 to try to trade your bishop on b3, but that has the obvious downside of allowing rook a6. So I think that it's so much more comfortable to play for Jan. We've seen him leave his board many times. And Magnus is sitting and thinking, trying to figure out, is there a path to equality here, or am I going to have to suffer?
Well said.
Maybe another plan is bishop to I'm not sure where that bishop on c8 belongs, but I feel like maybe d7 if it doesn't go to e6. Bishop d7, d4. So black didn't stop white's threat. But black can trade rooks. At least that deals with one of the issues. So rook to a8.
Okay, let's bring up the analysis board here. Rook to a8, and then...
And bishop to e3 seems... Or, yeah, I don't know if white wants to give it up immediately. Bishop e3 you have to calculate.
Yeah.
Because e d4, c d4...
There's takes a1 first as well.
Yeah, you can take e4, but that always opens you up to tactics with bishop to d5. But maybe bishop e3 is not the right way. But then how does white deal with this standoff of the rooks on the a file? If white takes, instead of bishop to e3. If white takes on a8, rook takes a8, black will happily get rook a1 if given the opportunity. So maybe white plays bishop e3 here and probably claims a bit of an edge. But again, not a massive, overwhelming advantage for sure.
Yeah.
We still do have the dynamic of that bishop on f8 being the worst minor piece on the board. So these are the little things that tend to add up as players assess these positions. But I agree completely, Fabiano, that this position doesn't look that terrible for black. It actually looks kind of okay. And that's the type of play I think Magnus would like to have. He doesn't want to have rook a6 come and be pushed back. He would rather lash out himself. And so if he can get his rook to 8 very quickly and compete for the a file, that's good news. So it doesn't make sense to maybe wait to play d4 as white.
Yeah, like a bishop e3 now.
Yeah, this makes sense. So let's say rook to a8. If black is given the chance, knight a5, c5.
Right, so I'm going to bishop d5 now.
Bishop d5, that looks like a good move. Maybe now black has to admit that the a file is gone. Play knight, rook takes a1, queen takes a1, so fully giving up the a file. But knight e7, and if the bishop drops back,
bishop takes
there's
h3,
bishop takes h3,
yeah.
possibly, because there's knight e5. It usually gets sharp in these situations, but looks like a good outcome for black.
We'll just kind of show the idea that this could be on the agenda, or at least a tactic you got to watch out for in these positions because the pawn is overworked on g2 in this type of line.
It's kind of funny that
well, it's actually interesting if we continue after queen takes f3. If white plays king to h2 and rook to g1, there is some compensation for, the bishop on b3 is a monster, the rook on g1, rook g3, bishop h6 ideas. That being said, it's a pawn and white's kingside is wrecked, so you don't go for this very lightly. So yeah, bishop d7, it makes sense. I don't think it's the move that would come to mind immediately for me, but can't deny that it's one of the candidate moves that that Magnus might be considering. But bishop e6 still feels like, if we're just going with the most natural moves, bishop to e6 is the most natural one.
Yep. I want to go back to that line because I still feel like after rook a6, knight e7, obviously we took here in that variation before d4, but I kind of felt like because where the queen ended up, that the suggestion I had of d4 first might actually be a little bit more confusing to black in terms of how to coordinate the pieces.
I was thinking here bishop takes b3, queen b3.
Yeah, so that's what I want to learn. Is this better for black?
Compared to the other line, I'm not sure. It's hard to compare. Because the queen on b3 is both an active piece that puts pressure on some of black's queen side, but also white's king side is a little bit, it's not weak in any way, but the queen, once the pieces start to move away from the king, in general you have to think about that king safety issue. And with knight to g6, black does have a few pieces aiming at white's king.
But is there like rook a7 stuff here? And
yeah, I think if rook to a7, black is happy to play c5. Because that d5 square cannot be occupied by knight. The knight on f3 is as far away from it as you can get, basically.
Got it. So what if we go back to the idea of d5 then, with the queen not being able to come to c8?
This might be a problem for black, because now you have no way of kicking that rook from a6.
Right.
So you end up with a fixed pawn on c7, and kingside counterplay doesn't seem to be very menacing for white. So yeah, maybe this has gone wrong for black. I was actually wanted to suggest an interesting idea. Knight e7 feels like the most natural move if we go back a few moves. But what about knight to d8? I see a future for that knight on e6, potentially a c5, potentially to f4. That looks like maybe a better square than g6 for the knight.
Well, something I would consider even is like retreating my bishop to c2 to keep your pieces stumbling for the same square.
I like that idea a lot.
Because you might want to get your knight to c5, but going to b7 is not going to get you
now
very
here
far.
we go, right?
Right, d4 will just take control of that. So it's one of these principles that keep discussing. When one side has less space, the pieces are more restricted, they want to make trades. So knight d8 to e6 makes perfect sense. I just retreat to avoid that. And that's actually quite standard in many of these Spanish and Italian positions where you just reroute the light square bishop to c2, which doesn't look very good, but then you try to push with d4 and open up diagonals for your bishop later. So,
well, the more we analyze this, I think the more we can understand why Magnus Carlsen is in the think tank, right? I mean, it's obviously a critical position in regards to the plan Black chooses. The more we look at the flexible options available to White. And I think the instructive point you made earlier, I forget Fabio or Robert, because you're both spitting hot fire over there, that b4 is not an idea here because of the way that White approached the knight to c3, knight to d5 capture. This is normally the kind of the key way that Black justifies this rook b8 system, but b4 is met strongly by bishop a4 in these variations now, and that's very different than what we had in game 5, for example, where b4 was coming for Black for sure.
Yeah, b4 here looks pretty nasty for Black. I actually think the line that we were looking at with bishop c2, the last one line we mentioned, is a sort of critical line. So if we could continue that line a bit, it might be interesting to see what to
analyze it real quick. So bishop e6,
rook a6.
Rook a6.
First of all, if I want to play knight d8, I do have the option of take and then knight d8.
But now you've helped White get active here.
But how do you use the activity? If d4, for example, maybe there's an argument to be made for the pawn being a bit weaker after knight to e6. So the d4 pawn kind of gets targeted, and let's say knight to e6 immediately.
Okay.
D takes e5, I don't think is a huge problem for Black because the bishop on d6, it's a bit passive, but it's similar to that last game Magnus played with Black, where he's very solid with the bishop on d6. White can't play d5, so bishop e3 makes a lot of sense. And the question is here, can Black create counterplay, maybe with c5, in fact? Or maybe here d takes e5 and queen d5 really starts to get ugly.
Yeah, because now you can't take with the knight because you lose a piece due to the pinned 6th rank pawn. So this is forced, and now
I want to say knight to c7 might be an option that saves Black's skin here.
Oh,
Rook takes f6, dog. Knight d5, a lot of trades, and maybe Black equalizes in the end of this variation.
You forking, you know what?
But I think one of the themes of that particular dynamic there is White has control of the A file. So trade, like a trade on d4 or trade on e5, that can open up more files for Black to use. Whereas if White is able to put the bishop on e3 and then push that pawn to d5, Black is in huge trouble.
On that note, I'm thinking the most natural way to maintain the edge is probably just bishop e3 right away and just hold the A file, just like sit.
That's where I was going with that, right? Because c5 isn't that threatening. Yes, Black wants to get that move in, but White can then just go to a1 and where to next for Black. And White needs to actually create threats, and maybe it's targeting the pawn on b5 at some point. That knight on f3 can be rerouted. It doesn't have to sit there forever. And another idea actually at some point would be knight h2, knight g4, and maybe knight e3, not with the bishop there, of course, but there are times where you try to bring your knight into d5. So I like the look of this position for White. It's clear that White has all the fun, has kind of a free hand, and then Black will just try to keep everything together.
Well, Magnus is liking the look for White as well. As we let's take another big zoom in to the world champion as he's in the think tank right now. Doesn't want to make sure he doesn't want to allow the first decisive game in 5 years to be followed by the second decisive game in 5 years. So he's really thinking. Let's remind everybody that when there are decisive games, chesskid.com is free. And yesterday we had a decisive game. And Chess Kid was unlocked to the world. So shout out to Chess Kid. Shout out to all the kids getting better at chess. Who knows? Maybe the next world champion in 20 years is watching right now and going, "Oh, Mom, Chess Kid's free. Why is he making that voice?
It's a great question.
Why does he sound like Tally? You guys want to play chess?"
Speaking of chess, another move that Magnus may be considering.
Okay, let's do it. We're back.
Is knight to e7.
Okay, yeah.
Because the knight is misplaced on c6. We saw that with b4, it gets targeted with bishop to a4.
Yep.
So now Black is preparing both c5 and knight to g6, where the knight is very harmoniously placed and can potentially jump into f4. Magnus got up and...
He got up,
took
he
his jacket
stretched,
off.
and
I
he
thought
sat back
moved,
down.
But he was just taking the jacket off. And with knight e7, right, so you bring the knight to g6. One of the ideas I mentioned was like knight h2. And another good thing about knight h2 is a rook lift at some point can actually be quite nasty. The rook can go to f3 or g3, the knight's trying to go to g4, and now black is saddled with some tactical problems in addition to the positional ones. Of course, black has options, the knight can come to g6, the bishop to e6, and so on, but black really does not want to take a knight that comes to g4.
Right.
You don't want to give up the bishop pair because look at the bishop on b3. That is a star piece in the position, and I keep making fun of the bishop on f8, but look at it.
Yep.
Yeah, so this looks visually very dangerous, but after knight to g6, I'm wondering how white continues this initiative. Maybe it's with queen h5. Maybe queen h5 is dangerous. Because if knight g4...
I keep looking at, the moment you fully commit the knight away, I want to pop down to a7. So I was kind of waiting for that, kind of trying to bait Fabi into bringing his knight to the king side.
Yeah, rook to a7 might actually be a super annoying move, because black can deal with it with rook to b7, but then you play rook to a8, and you
now the rook
grab the 8th rank. And a very obvious but still important tactic is bishop g4.
You take with the tempo.
You take with the tempo, and you don't win the rook on a8 because the queen on f6 is hanging. So this starts to get annoying. Black can play bishop d7, but then you end up with some very awkward-looking pieces.
Yep.
Rook takes e8, bishop e8. You have a rook on b7, a bishop on e8. And what are your pieces doing there?
You might want to flip those, right?
Yeah.
You usually want a rook on e8 and a bishop on b7.
You would like to switch those pieces around for sure.
I mean, this is extremely awkward. Right?
Yeah,
And
knight
then-
to g4 and then coming to e3. And
By the way, knight e7 is on the board, so whether we get the exact line we were just analyzing with knight h2, or if Jan comes up with something different, we might very well get ideas where there's an awkward dance on the a file from the rooks.
I just like refraining from playing d4.
Yeah.
I know it's a central idea where you are trying to expand, you're trying to create some pawn tension, but the lack of tension favors white. And the reason that's the case is because white controls the only open file. So we keep suggesting bishop e6 and how that's met with a rook jump along the a file. So the reason why I like knight h2 is I've been looking across the board. The bishop on c1 would like to go to e3 perhaps, but there's no rush to do that. Right? It's not like the bishop on e3 really covers anything or threatens anything, and rook a8 isn't ready for black to try to challenge for the a file. So the knight on f3 is a piece that I feel like isn't placed on its best square. Where would the knight like to go? d5. How do we get there? Via e3. So knight h2 to g4, and then you can leave it on g4 and create some direct threats against the black king, or you can reroute the knight to e3 from there, and black is going to have a difficult time figuring out exactly how to maneuver. That said, when the knight does get to e3 perhaps, you can always play c6 for black. So there are going to be some ways to...
Is f1 also a route? Not because g4 isn't great. g4 is the more aggressive, tempo-gaining journey to e3, but I wonder if something else happened to stop knight g4 that you can't.
F4 idea? Sorry, I just started thinking, like, if you don't play knight g6 and I have my knights on h2, can I like quickly try to open the position? It takes
let's find out.
Quite a deal of effort, but
I think that after knight h2, black has to recognize the most dangerous piece in white's position is the bishop on b3.
Right.
We just need to rid white of that bishop immediately with bishop e6. I think that's important.
And then probably white keeps it?
White might keep it, but definitely that's a better version for black after knight to g6. And then white might try for d4, and it still might be a slightly unpleasant position for black. But the inclusion of bishop c2, bishop e6, definitely in black's favor. The question is maybe white has knight g4 as well, and then after bishop e6, there's knight g4 gaining a tempo on the queen. You go back just one move.
Wait, so knight h2, bishop e6.
There's knight g4, it gains a tempo on the queen, it forces the queen to g6, and white can consider trading and playing d4. In fact, there's pretty much unlimited options for both sides on every move, because it's such a flexible position for both of them. Their pieces can develop to so many different squares.
Does it make sense now to do a funny idea of rook a7?
Rook to a7 makes a lot of sense. I think black will probably play c5 in response, because now f7 is no longer hanging. That's why it was very important to protect that, to counter that bishop on b3 and make sure f7 is not an issue for black anymore. And black can continue with rook to a8, trying to trade off that rook. If white doesn't have something very concrete, and maybe there's something concrete like f4, like Robert mentioned, some crazy stuff like that, which is also very double-edged. But if white just, moves around like bishop b3 or whatever, then black will equalize by trading off the rooks, rook a8. And in fact,
black's better.
You never know. Black can maybe play for an advantage at some point. Here, concretely, black has c4, which is probably not what white wants to allow.
Right.
So yeah, I like the way that Magnus is handling this with knight to e7. It's a very flexible move, not showing his intentions yet. Bishop to e6 or knight g6 are both on the cards.
Wow. Well, both knight g6 and bishop e6 are on the cards, and both Jan and Magnus emotes are in the deck. If you're watching us on Twitch, it's time to spam the emotes. Use your channel points to vote. Those who were here earlier voted at chess.com directly for chance to win cash prizes. Where have you been? You're not voting before the game, meaning you're not just taking home free money, which is as good as cash. But you can use your channel points to vote if you are watching on Twitch, and let us know who you think is going to win. Spam the emotes and make it happen. So, all right, we got to look in studio here. We've got yawn on yawn crime here. That's man bun on man bun potential, if you ask me.
Oh boy. Well, one of the things that I'm now thinking about is that I don't want to be married to the move knight h2. Like, I recommended it. It's just one of the candidate moves, and that's something important to have, is multiple candidate moves. So knight h2 is one idea. Rook a7 doesn't really make too much sense to me right now because I feel like black can just push through with c5, play bishop e6 next. So bishop e3 or knight h2 are the main things I'm thinking about. d4, of course, is...
For me, that's the most critical move, is d4.
Yeah.
It might not be the best move because black can comfortably play knight g6 and ask white, what are you doing next with your center? But
this is the rook a7 moment.
This might be where rook a7 comes into play. And, white can also just play d5. I know it looks a bit funny to close off your bishop on b3, but you are targeting that pawn on c7 long term. Rook to a7 is coming, and it's not easy for black to push c6 through. And even if he does, that opens the bishop up again.
Yeah.
So,
but we looked at this earlier, and that was kind of the move order I was liking, was to go. That's why, because if black plays bishop e6, okay, actually you can't even play bishop e6 anymore. This move order is even more aggressive.
Yeah, this is a problem. I think it's what we mentioned: rook b7, rook.
Yeah, rook b7, rook a8. Except now the pawn's already on d4.
Yeah, a slightly different version, but just as dangerous a version for black. So I don't like this for black. I think after d4, he probably wants c5. In fact, he probably wants to break open that center immediately. I would guess that's Magnus's intention. If we go back, yeah.
Yeah, here.
It also prepares c4. That bishop on b3 can be blunted by bishop e6, or by c4, it gets forced back to c2, and then it's hitting the pawn on e4.
Yeah, that seems to solve most of black's problems.
Yeah, I love this move all of a sudden.
This suddenly looks pretty healthy for black.
It's funny how the best moves come back around to just being the traditional Spanish moves. Well, d4 and c5, and we're in a structure we know well.
And actually, if you could just grab the pawn on d4 for a second and just put it back on d3, this would be better for white. Right? Like, and that's why I wanted to reroute the knight, because if black does go c5, then I want my pawn on d3, right? But if I can strike with d4, then I should do that if it's going to comfortably lead to a position where I can keep pushing forward. So d4 feels very committal. That's really the thing that I've been trying to avoid as I analyze this position, is thinking that white has these static edges. The rook on a1 is maybe the best single piece on the board. The bishop on f8 is not very good. So I'm trying to avoid opening the position, and I'm trying to say, if you are going to lock my bishop on b3 up, it's going to require you to play bishop e6, which doesn't solve all of black's problems, even though it does help black's position out.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. It all makes sense why we're looking at the footwork of knight h2, but then potentially the problem with knight h2 is black will get the knight to g6 without pressure. But if you put pressure, black plays c5 before committing the knight, right? So this is why these guys get paid to solve high-level chess problems, I guess, because
Danny,
not my problem.
I'm trying to create some weird tactics here. So I want to suggest a move.
I feel like Robert has really rubbed off on you here.
Me?
Yeah.
We've known each other since we were like 6 years old.
So you're saying it's me. I'm the bad influence.
You're the bad influence.
These are not your
Exactly.
pieces. So all of a sudden, Fabi's getting frisky.
And
all right.
this is definitely not a good move. Not a move that I would make.
Okay.
But rook to e3.
Oh wow.
Oh my goodness.
You have gone full commentator. Someone call something.
You know, the eval bar doesn't seem to hate it so much. And if c5, let's say black were to play c5, I want to try knight d4.
What? Not Fabi's pieces. Hashtag not
about
Fabi's
knight G5.
pieces.
Maybe knight g5 even. Knight
Let's
g5.
just show the idea. If you take it, Fabi wants rook f3.
The problem is I don't know if it's going to work out tactically. This is a full piece, and like
Well,
at the very
I
least,
think
it's
you
like
have
knight to f5.
block, right? Because if you move the queen, it
Yeah,
well,
but
actually, you could even go here and sack the
yeah.
queen back for a lot of pieces on f7.
Yeah, this would start to get complicated, but knight to f5 is a cold shower for white. Maybe
I could
maybe
go
what
for a
Robert
cold shower
mentioned.
right now. Go ahead.
Well, you're inspiring me now.
Knight to
And
g5.
in this case, that's a good thing. So
Knight to g5, same idea. Same idea. HG, rook f3, though, is still met by a knight f5, I would imagine.
Yeah, but now there's nothing on d4 taking c3, so after ef5, we're in some sort of weird territory.
Oh.
Rook g3 is coming, g5 is hanging, and I don't know what's going on here.
Well, Jan does indeed put a piece on e3, Fabi, but hold
Not
your
the
breath. Not the rook.
Yeah, I think that we could safely assume rook e3, although it's fun to look at, would not happen today. So yeah, I think Magnus should play c5 here, just to show why he shouldn't play knight g6. And this would be a really bad one for black. Bishop to a7, rook goes somewhere, bishop d5, and you lose an exchange. You might still say, well, I can take on a7, play knight f4, and you know,
A little bit of comp, but
a little bit,
not enough.
kind of going for it, but it's not going to be anywhere close to enough. So I suspect we will see c5 because it stops d4, because then c4 will happen. It blunts the bishop on e3, and it stops bishop a7 tactics. And it's just generally a useful space gaining move. So this is an all-around good move for black.
you make many good points.
He does. He tends to know what he's talking about when it comes to chess, that Fabiano Caruana.
But c5 shouldn't solve all of black's problems, right? I mean, it definitely gives black some ideas with especially counterplay with c4 at some point that white needs to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I keep loving that idea, but go ahead, Robert.
I'm trying to figure out a way for white to make use of the a file because rook a7 can be played. It doesn't look like it does that much at the moment, but it does freeze the knight at least. With bishop e6 being black's plan, that would be the response anyway. So it doesn't feel like rook a7 is immediately necessary, especially because if the bishop leaves c8, the rook might want to go to a6.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's worth spending a move to connect the rooks. Because if I go rook a7, I want to play rook e to a1 next, but my queen's in the way.
You just got to put it here, though. Otherwise,
Yeah, because otherwise
takes
bishop takes h3. So queen e2 is what I was thinking about. And then if you play bishop e6, I have this choice again. Do I trade? Do I retreat? And I'm wondering, even if I do trade and then I go rook a6, I have the only open file on the board. So still working that advantage. At least that's my intention here.
Yeah, I think that white does have a long-term advantage because the bishop on f8 is such a poor piece.
Yep.
It does provide some defensive functions. The bishop pawn on d6, it potentially defends. But if we're comparing the bishops, one bishop is clearly superior to the other. So maybe white can play this one slowly, queen e2, or any move which tries to eventually double rooks on the a file to at least gain the a file, say, well, I have two advantages. One is the superior bishop. One is that it's difficult for you to get control of the a file. Let's say in this position, black takes on a6. White recaptures back. Black would love to kick that rook from a6 and then play rook to a8 next move, but
D6.
queen c8 blunders d6, so there's no, really harmonious way of dealing with that. And if queen to d7,
Okay, go ahead.
to deal with bishop takes c5, white might now play queen to d1, followed by queen to a1, and now the a file is firmly and pretty much eternally under white's control. That doesn't mean that white has such a huge advantage, But it doesn't mean that white is the one pressing here.
But what I was going to ask is, okay, and we solved the tactics, right? Bishop takes c5 with moves like queen d7. But even if white gets the a file, you've played a lot of these positions, Fabi. Like, everything else seems just structurally so sound. So we're highlighting these things like the bad bishop and obviously some things to figure out in regards to activity. But I look at this with a little bit of skepticism in terms of the long-term winning chances for white, regardless of those things. Am I right about that? Or maybe just explain, selfishly to me, if I was playing these positions as white, what's the long-term way to progress and have winning chances?
Yeah, it is possible that this advantage is rather minimal, but let's just assume that black takes your approach and waits and sees for white's plan.
Yeah, I'll just make them movers. I don't even know.
Yeah, rook to c8, for example. Queen to a1 I want to start with.
Okay. Show me.
Well, let's make another neutral move.
Okay.
You may want to play knight c6.
Yeah, because I don't like rook a7 coming.
But now I want to play queen to a2.
Okay.
I'm going to play this one very slowly. The queen is just nice on that diagonal, and it stops d5.
Okay.
So now you make another move.
Queen b7 or something? I don't know.
Okay.
You could play queen to b7. Now I want to reroute that knight on f3. That I feel is the next plan.
Yeah, and so you want to bring it to a square where it can go to d5?
Potentially, but I'm also wondering about a move like h4. If I can put that pawn on h5,
wow,
then it sort of fixes black's kingside. And this is a very committal move. But it gives black a tough choice. If black plays h5, you give away the g5 square. If black plays g6, you invite h5 breaking open the structure. And if you do nothing, you're sort of potentially allowing white h5, knight h4, knight to f5. And if you have no counterplay with black, it is difficult to bear this pressure for long term.
And even instead of h4, you could maybe potentially start with knight h4 as well. It's something that needs to be considered because there's no g6 with the queen on a2. And I'm just using the same idea that Fabi is mentioning, that I want to get my knight to f5. And the knight on f3 is not doing anything, really. It looks good. It's on the first square it hopped to, and it can't be attacked. It controls central squares, but you want to make improvements. And this is a position that I'm pretty sure if Magnus were playing white, we would be salivating over his chances. And that's when I made my prediction for today. I said that I thought Jan was getting these types of positions, and he needs to make the most of his moment. Because in game 5, he had a nice looking position. He didn't push that pawn forward. He can play this without any risk, and both players are tired. You make more inaccuracies when you're tired, and this is the type of position that Jan can play forever, and perhaps we'll see the role reversal of yesterday's game.
Great points. Magnus decides to go with bishop e6.
This is a very interesting decision because he is asking white to play d4 immediately. After d4, he can no longer reply with c5 because it loses a pawn.
Just straight up. Straight up, buttercup. I can take either one.
Either one, and you take maybe first on e6, and then on c5, you win a pawn. So that means after d4, he wants to approach the position in a different way. And he doesn't want to allow d5, I think. If white were able to either play d5 probably immediately and then rook to a7, black would encounter serious problems with that pawn on c7. So maybe he thinks you can play rook a8. The a file is the most important factor. That's one possibility. Or maybe he wants to somehow take on b3 and then target e4, but it's not obvious to me how he would achieve that. So d4, yeah, d4 looks like a critical move here. I wonder what Magnus has in mind after this.
Well, Jan comes back to the board, as we can now see, and maybe we will find out what Jan has in mind sooner rather than later. Will he play d4 is the question.
I do like, from black's perspective, provoking d4.
Yeah, you've been on that point all day.
Yeah, I think that white's main advantage is keeping the position as locked as possible, because in a locked position, you need something. White has the a file, black has nothing really to speak of. So if d4 happens, now we start talking about, is the e4 pawn loose? Is the position going to open up for black's pieces? And I like the move bishop e6 for that reason, because we keep talking about how plans change. If d4, then black at some point wants to play c5, not possible here. But if black started with c5, then we were happy to have the pawn on d3.
Right.
So these nuances really add up. It's a richly complex situation at this moment, and we're going to probably slightly prefer white's chances in most positions, but I think as white advances forward with the pawns, that gives black breaks in return, and that's kind of what Magnus needs to feel increasingly comfortable.
It's a super instructive point for those tuning into these shows because you want to get better at chess and in these structures particularly. The reason Robert continues to highlight that you want the pawn on d3 if black commits is because what that does is create a permanent outpost square on d5, which is very common in all of these positional remaneuverings of the knight in the Lopez. But the problem is that if white just keeps the position static, the threat of knight d5 is never going to be quite as strong. It takes too much time. But the moment you play d4, you're now opening up what we've highlighted as black's biggest activity problems the whole game, the bishop on f8, the rook on e8. So it's one of those weird things, Robert, where like what you're highlighting is black both wants white to play d4, but ironically, white might have to play d4 if you're going to get something in the position at some point.
There it is.
And, oh, well, right as I said that, he plays it. And so here we go. We have our wish if we're black, and we're just hoping for some opportunity that these pieces might spring to life, because now we at least have the potential for a structural change. But also, there's the risk, right? Here comes d4, and if white can figure out a concrete way to do things that Fabi's been talking about, I see you nodding your head, Fabi, that's maybe a road for an advantage now.
Yeah, I think the opening has gone well for Jan overall.
Okay.
It's not a very large advantage, but it is pressure, and he's up on the clock. This is a bit of an opening success, but we saw it last time he was white, that he got an advantage, but he wasn't able to pursue it in the most accurate way.
Yeah.
So this is only the start of it. Although he might have won the opening battle in some small way, he still needs to outplay Magnus from this position, which is really difficult because this is Magnus's territory. The Ruy Lopez positions, he's been playing at the top level and at the World Championship level for over a decade.
Yep.
So he knows this stuff inside out. I do feel like the bishop e6 move might not have been the best one for black, but it is possible that he didn't like the long-term style of the positions we saw after c5, where we trade bishops, and white can slowly try to pursue an advantage by taking over the a file and then maneuvering pieces, maybe the knight to f3, trying to get it to a better square. So here it's a more flexible approach. He's keeping his structure flexible. The pawn on c5, the pawn on c7 might not go to c5, it might go to c6, or it might go to c5 later, now that white has opened up the center a bit, and try to play c4 to gain some space in return.
Okay, well, the stage has been set. We have a lot of things coming up here on Game 7, on the board as well as off the board. Remind you that we're about to be joined by Leavon, four-time women's world champion. Not sure whether we'll have Fabi or Robert today, but either way, we will be taking questions from subscribers for Leavon in chat, whether you're on YouTube, Twitch, and maybe we'll pay attention to Chess TV chat there as well today. Got some feedback on that. We want to watch you over there. But before Leavon joins us, let's remind you that now's your time to play along with our trivia game. We're about to get today's question from the one and only Jonathan Korbla, the voice of chess, a reflection of us. We actually did not premiere an episode yesterday because it was such an epic, historic day-long game, but we are going to bring you another episode of our documentary today, narrated by Mr. Korbla himself. So it's time to get that question. You're going to quote tweet your answer, and that's how you win a one-year Diamond membership. The first person to do so takes home the premium prize. All right. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's more action. Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Chess Championship is brought to you by Coinbase.
Hi, Jonathan Korbla, back at the World Chess Championship playing site with another trivia question for you. This one about the 1978 World Chess Championship, when Viktor Korchnoi launched a protest against Anatoly Karpov. The reason? A cup of yogurt. The thought was perhaps Karpov was receiving some kind of signal about a move, or even a possible draw with the flavor of the yogurt that he brought. What was the flavor of the yogurt that Anatoly Karpov took to the table with him?
And we are back here at Chess.com's continued coverage of the FIDE World Chess Championship. Once again, we are joined by four-time women's world champion, Hou Yifan, sitting with us in a way. You're sitting with us in studio, along with Fabiano Caruana. Yifan, thank you for being here again.
Yeah, happy to join again, especially after yesterday's long game. To be honest, when I just say goodbye yesterday, I didn't realize that the game will last so long. And also we see that the exchange with the queen and rook happens on the board, but in slightly different version.
It's funny you say that, because in hindsight, yeah, maybe we could have used you a little bit more, right? Because it ended up being a very, very long day and it was tiring. But obviously, your thoughts on yesterday before we dive into today's game and how big that was for the world champion to give us the first decisive game in more than 5 years in classical chess.
Wow.
All right. Well, let's dive into the game here now. We see d4 have been played and now e takes d4. Fabi, I'm going to ask you for your initial response. You've been here, and then we're going to throw it to Yifan. E takes d4 is now on the board.
Yeah, at first this move surprised me, but I realized after c takes d4, if Jan recaptures in the most normal way, black will play bishop takes b3, queen takes b3, and knight to g6, and after white protects that pawn, probably with queen to c2, which seems like the most normal way to defend e4, black breaks in the center with c5. And if we see a mass liquidation of pawns, bishop c5, bishop c5, queen c5, there's queen takes b2 in the end. Maybe black had something even better than this, but in any case, black will equalize comfortably. So Magnus's idea makes perfect sense to me. All right,
Yifan, okay, we're seeing moves made here. Your thoughts on Jan's general approach from a match strategy? You've played in 4 World Championship matches. Jan is going to continue, it seems, to go after the marshal here, right? He's going to continue to challenge Magnus in these main lines. Now that he's down a game, right? Now that he's trailing, is this still a match strategy that you would kind of advise?
Well, I think it's still like half of the games to go, right? More or less. So it's still not the moment to be, let's say, very aggressive and trying to fight for the only resort. Therefore, we saw that Nepo today, he also chose a kind of regular opening choice, right? And I think it's normal that you just like put some pressure with white pieces, but also not in rush. The point is not trying to clarify the position at once, right? Like to be very clear, okay, what's going on here on the board, but you keep certain, let's say, opportunities and uncertainty. So that probably brings some real play. But yeah, just the line Fabi mentioned, like queen c2, c5. How about some move like e5 or that?
Yeah, e5. I was thinking about it. If black plays d takes e5, d takes c5 looks like a good advantage for white. Because the c5 pawn is such a dangerous passed pawn. But after e5, can black allow the tension to remain in the center? For example, queen to e6 looks like a sensible move. How would you play after queen to e6? And now c takes d4.
Oh, we don't have bishop f4, okay. Yeah. Then maybe that's nothing if we cannot.
It looks like
create
it
something
might
here.
lead to a lot of simplifications if we saw something like this.
Yeah. What happens on bishop f4?
I think queen to d5.
Yeah.
And I guess the point is you have to save your bishop and black will just regain the pawn.
Yeah, it will probably also lead to simplifications. The d6 pawn won't survive very long, but most likely neither will the d4 pawn.
Okay. So Yifan, I want to go back to something you said, because you commented on, obviously, when I asked you the question, should Jan's opening strategy change because he's down a point, you said, well, there's still a lot of match left. That makes sense. But you also said that it makes sense to play positions with tension. and positions with flexibility and opportunities. And I want to go back to this position on that note, because Robert Hess was kind of driving home the same point and felt like the fact that Jan had played d4 is a practical win for Magnus, so to speak, because now we're going to enter these more forcing variations. Your thoughts on that, not just from an X's and O's standpoint, but again, continuing to bring us your World Championship experience. Do you feel like, as the person trailing, Jan should have maybe been a little more patient before going for forcing lines, which might actually help Black?
But d4 looks logical. Before we're talking about the match situation, I guess it's more important to look at the current position and what are the candidate moves that looks logical here. And d4 clearly is one of the, let's say, preference, right? Because at first sight, I didn't see many other ways how white should improve the position, apart from the move d4, because he already did a takes b5, right? But this a file doesn't bring anything. So apart from the center developments, I didn't see other possibilities that brings any, let's say, real things. I mean, of course, you could say that I wanted to keep more flexibilities, but the point is that making sense.
So that's fair. So even if philosophically you'd like to keep more possibilities, d4 just seems to make sense on the board. So we'll go with that. And
I'm wondering if this is another situation of Jan rushing slightly as an obvious decision. It seems like after e takes d4, he made the most natural move, c takes d4. But maybe there's an argument to be made for knight takes d4. If Black takes on b3, which looks like the best move, queen takes b3, it's difficult to deal with his knight on d4. It can't get kicked away because b5 is hanging. And if the knight goes to g6 now, there's knight to c6, which looks very dangerous. So Black doesn't have an easy move here, from what I see. Maybe, and Jan played that very, very quickly. It was the most natural move, but maybe he should have stopped to pause and consider his other options besides c takes d4.
Yifan, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a very good point. To be honest, I also didn't pay attention to such a move. So yeah, after knight d4 seems like a very good practical decision. So maybe Black shouldn't take on b3. That's a slightly weird situation like bishop d7, but maybe
or even rook to a7
f4
is an option, possibly. It suddenly gets very f4 as well, because white might break open the center, e5, and sacrifice a pawn just to get the tactical possibilities. So yeah.
So maybe bishop b3, queen b3 to play the
I was
move
thinking
e4.
Bishop b3, queen b3, b4 looks very... Maybe that's the right way for Black.
That's a really interesting move.
And so after b4, I'm wondering if queen c4 is a good move. B takes c3, b takes c3. Maybe white still has some pressure here.
What do you think, Yifan? Do you think that this is maybe a more practical chance for white, given the imbalance here is not as, I guess if we call it straightforward as what we're seeing in the game? Oh, by the way, queen c2, have those actually been played? No, okay, I'm sorry. No, knight g6 is the actual position on the board. My apologies.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, back to Danny, your question before, I thought that it's definitely a very interesting try, and probably that's kind of things is that Nepo need to find just to surprise the opponent a little bit, but also trying to break the balance.
Right.
I mean, break the symmetrical position, right? Unless we see some clear, let's say, clear lines for Black, for example, after b4, you could still like take c5 and one day to push d5, or you sacrifice one pawn, but then get to some theoretical drawing positions. But so
in fact,
far,
after b4, I was wondering, what if white plays a very positional way? If we go back just to, what if white plays c4?
I was going to say, you're really going to suggest the full Maroczy bind structure here? I love it.
This is positionally super dangerous for Black, right?
Yeah. This is a bind.
Unless Black has something very immediate with knight g6 or some concrete play, he risks getting...
Yeah, I thought about knight g6, but closer look, it doesn't, I mean, which move order? If now, white can play knight c6 first, but black doesn't want to push c5, so how to achieve knight g6?
Maybe you should play c5. You allow the knight an outpost on b5, but then maybe you can play knight g6 now, and e4 is hanging, so there's some, and b2 is also potentially hanging, so there's some concrete issues with white's position.
If just f3?
f3.
I'm thinking of like d5 stuff, but I don't know if it works because ed5 I don't see a continuation.
But it feels like, Yifan, that you would agree. This feels like at least more of a potential for white to play for a win than it feels like where we're headed on the board, right? This looks like a more static kind of long-term edge, at least a safer edge than the really concrete position that we have in the live position, right?
Yeah, fully agree.
Yifan, do you think that Ian's old problem of playing too quickly in critical moments is still an issue that he's dealing with in this match?
Yeah. I think we've already seen a couple points, right? Yesterday, clearly an example, but I remember also one of the previous rounds, he also played like very fast.
Well, it was game 2 where he was better, and a lot of people responded the way he handled the bishop a8 c3 maneuver when he was up the exchange, right? Sacrificing the c3 pawn in game 2. And then in game 5, there was the moment where we didn't have c4. And I'm not trying to rehash all bad Jan moments, and obviously he'll have plenty to think about. But it's not that everyone makes mistakes, but it's just that when you know how talented he is and you know that he's getting good positions, out of the opening, it makes it more obvious when he doesn't take his time in a potentially critical moment. And so, Yifan, how can you fix something like that, right? I mean, part of it is somebody is who they are, right? It is what it is, so to speak, right? At that point. But how could Jan slow down in practical moments like that, and maybe take another thought or two?
Well, I think first thing we need to figure out exactly, let's say, what caused this behavior. For example, whether he didn't realize there could be a critical moment, or actually he realized, but he cannot control himself to be slowed down and to, let's say, think twice before making a move. If that's the second case, that will be harder because probably this is a habit that he had for maybe more than 2 decades, right? But if I guess it should be the second, it shouldn't be the first, right? Because if the case is about the first reason, then the thing could be different.
Actually, I think that Jan's most obvious mistakes, or not obvious, most regrettable mistakes, 2 moves really come to mind for me. One is c3.
Yeah, it was queen d5.
Even more so than queen d5. In fact, I thought about it. Queen d5 is the move that stands out, but even more so is queen to e4.
Yeah.
Because that's a moment he mentioned in the press conference, or I think maybe it was in an interview. He said, if I just shuffle my king, it's a dead draw. So it's not even a chess mistake, queen e4. It's some sort of like loss of concentration or something.
Mm-hmm.
And the same with c3. It's a mistake where you told Jan which is the best move. Not in a world championship match, he would tell you, well, maybe it's b takes a4, maybe it's g6. He wouldn't suggest the move c3. So these are non-chess mistakes. This is something that's going wrong in his either decision-making process or concentration or something outside of the actual chessboard.
What are your thoughts on that, Yifan? And just again, not to ask like how do you fix it? You said it's been more than 2 decades, but do you think that there can be a lack of experience in these matches where a lack of concentration happens, where Magnus just never loses sight of that, right? Because of his focus and his experience in so many matches.
Well, I don't think that it is because of the match pressure, or let's say Nepo is lacking the experience of playing such a match, because he also had, let's say, similar experience in other tournaments. Not only we see him playing such a move in the World Championship match. So I think that shouldn't be the only reason that caused this behavior, but probably that due to the tension of the match and also the high energetic, let's say, exposure. So probably it makes such things happens more easier and maybe more often, and or maybe in a more let's say fundamental way. This could be, let's say, one of the likely reason. And also, I agree with Gabby that yesterday's game, I also thought, because I had a view this morning, I felt like Queen E4 shouldn't be the move, because the other, let's say we call it mistakes, still needs some calculation or whatever, or he worries about something. But Queen E4, apparently White has to play this or K3. So he must think this, but he still went for that. Maybe, sometimes we cannot explain why we did this move or why we made this thing.
It's great insights, and we've got some great comments coming in from different chat rooms. Again, thank you to our subscribers. I'm going to get back to YouTube's comment, but to start, I want to go to Chess TV, where Ed Vetter, shout out, longtime premium member, because it's a great follow-up question to the comments you're both making. How do you recover from that, from a mental point of view, if not just you're aware of the loss, but you're aware that you're sort of self-inflicting the wounds, right? So I'm adding a little bit of context to Ed Vetter's question there, which is, from a mental aspect, how does a player regroup after a long and intense match, but even more so, I would say, a long and intense loss where you kind of beat yourself with Queen E4. So, Yifan, what would be your thoughts on that?
It is always very hard. So, I mean, for me, the good part is normally I do not take this kind of things into a very serious level. Let's say, even I realize I made some very stupid moves, or let's say I performed the super battling some events. I always told myself that there's another day. I mean, there are more things in life, so just take it easy. So this mindset sometimes helps you to, let's say, take things in a more flexible way, but still sometimes, when you go to bed, you think about, so how can I do that? So let's say if it's still during the match, probably you should firstly try to convert your attention to some other things, not only within this game, that what just happened, and also then try to tell yourself that you have to do this kind of things to show you the belief that this is past and there's still future, and you still have the chance to adjust what you did before. But if that is about an event, let's say regroup the performance, that's a long term, so I guess that would be comparatively a bit easier to recover, because you have more time, there's no rush, no deadline. So it really depends, and I think what Nepo facing now, let's say, to lose such a game yesterday, especially such a long day, it's very hard. And that would reconnect to a question that whether he's want a real play to fight back today, or he just wants some no more games, and a draw is acceptable.
Great point. Whether a draw is acceptable comes back to advice I was always given, which when you lose, just don't lose two in a row, right? Stop the bleeding, and maybe he'll have to ultimately take that mindset to help recover from the tough day. Thank you, Ed Vetter, for that question. I'm gonna go to the next one, and because I can start with Fabi from Ghost Reader on YouTube. I actually don't know the answer. Have you and Yifan ever played?
We've played many, many times.
Okay, so what's
the first time we played was in 2008.
Okay.
In Zafra.
I should. This seems like an obvious question. Of course you've played, but yeah. So how many times? Do you know how many games you played?
I don't remember how many, because we've really played many times. I do remember the first.
Wait, it's 2008. Sorry to interrupt, because I remember it was some like Aeroflot, but I don't remember the year. Which one happens first?
Aeroflot was also in 2008, but that was in February of 2008.
Yeah, so Aeroflot was first.
Aeroflot was the first game. Okay. And we made a draw in that game. Is that correct? My memory is a bit shaky now.
Yeah.
It was a French with knight d2, c5, knight f3, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight c6.
We might have to ask the staff to maybe pull up some great games. Yifan, what's your favorite game against Fabi?
Let me think a bit. Well, I think we had many interesting games, to be honest. I mean, most of them I call it interesting because that's not boring, and some of them have really some up and down moments. Let me think. I think there's one game which is very interesting that probably happened in Tata Steel, and I was back pieces. There was some Sicilian defense, And later on in the middle game, I remember FIDE got the, let's say, pass pawn on the queen side. In the meantime, Black gets some, let's say, attacks and counterplay on the king side. Why I remember that? Because I remember after the first time control, there were some nice attacking ideas from Black side, which I didn't be able to find. Yeah, I will pick that one.
Stuff. Maybe this will be, now that I know how many games you've both played, maybe I'll surprise you in a future show together and just give you a few random positions from your games and ask you what happened. All right, let's get back to what's happening on the board here. Rook E to C1, an interesting decision because it's an offer to exchange the critical E4 pawn for the weak C7 pawn, but with a twist, I guess, that the 7th rank will be something that's very important in the end.
And it also leaves Black's B5 pawn as a weakness.
Okay.
Black would like to support that B5 pawn by playing C5 and either going for a liquidation or creating some sort of pawn storm with C5, C4. So I'm wondering, C5 feels like the critical move here.
Okay.
Because after D takes C5, D takes C5, Bishop takes C5, Rook takes C4, Black is equalizing very easily. So I guess Jan's idea after C5 is to make a move like E5, as Yifan suggested in a similar position, but similar doesn't mean so much here because all the positions are very concrete, and one detail can change the evaluation.
It's interesting to note that the rook is behind the C pawn here, right? So obviously if this transitions, we see rook E to C1, even more purpose from Jan. But Yifan, what do you expect Black to play on E5?
Well, I was calculating between queen f5 and queen e6, but queen f5 maybe simply doesn't work because it takes d6. Then maybe c4, if that's an interesting option.
Yeah, I think queen f5 looks like an excellent move because here white is up a pawn very momentarily. After e takes d6, c4, queen to b4, let's say, to protect the pawn. Now it will get corralled by Black's pieces.
Even like queen d5.
Queen to d5 we can start with, rook to a6, and then rook to either d8 or e6. And then Black gets the pawn back. So it looks like Black has a good option with c5, and it looks like it was also played. If I
was going to say, we'll keep analyzing it because it's been played on the board. So Yifan's suggestion of queen f5 looks like a really strong move from...
In fact, I think queen to e6 would be a mistake instead of queen to f5, because after queen e6...
Okay, queen e6 would be a mistake.
White can take on e6.
I was looking at even ideas of d5, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, and after rook e6 to play d5.
Right.
And then if the rook, well, should go back, let's say to e8, e takes d6 now. And although Black can play c4 here, the pawn is living on d6 now, because White has rook a6, bishop c5. There's ways to support this pawn.
Yifan, your thoughts here? Obviously, it's back to Jan to prove that he looked at these lines, which we're sure he did, although as we have our little in-studio cam, we see that the match is not currently Ian Nepomniachtchi versus Magnus Carlsen. It's Fosgrove versus Cornbase. Couple of logos being mispronounced by Dan, staring at each other from across the room. Fosgrove versus Cornbase.
Those sound like great companies.
Those sound like great companies, Fosgrove and Cornbase. They should probably work together.
I think they should.
All right, back to the analysis.
Okay. They could specialize in corn futures.
They should specialize in corn futures and maybe hopefully move away from GMOs and things like that. Okay, wow, we're going to get real philosophical here in a second. All right. All right, Yifan, back to C5. Your thoughts on what Jan plans?
I have a feeling that probably he's going to take him on c5. I don't know why, because the more we look at analysis, the more it doesn't like this. I don't like this after e5. But apart from e5, there are not so many alternatives. Well, maybe I could try to, let's say, maintain the pawns here and wait for c takes d4. But the point is how to defend this e4 pawn. I guess if he wants to maintain, he wouldn't move the rook from e1 to c1. Maybe rook a6 here?
It's interesting. That's an interesting move. You give up e4, but just to show the obvious line, the d6 pawn is pinned to the queen. So this could actually be very good for white, so probably Black doesn't play that.
I think that rook to a6 is asking for c4. It forces queen to c2 to protect that e4 pawn. And here Black can try to pile pressure on that pawn maybe with queen to e7. Although after knight to d2, now black can actually try to maybe take the a file. Queen to b7, followed by rook to a8. And I think black has solved his problems here.
What do you think, Yvonne? Any things to you agree?
Agree. I mean, this option rook a6 is a bit reluctant, to be honest. I was just trying to find, let's say, some possibilities to keep the game going on. But doesn't seem like a very successful try.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Jan has a way to play for an advantage here without taking risks. D takes e5 is basically saying, okay, let's end this game at some point. Although even there, I think he's the one who would be risking, because after d takes c5, bishop takes c5, there's even moves like knight to f4.
Yeah,
there's stuff which is potentially a bit scary for white, tactically speaking.
Speaking of things getting scary, this could be a critical moment. I'm going to take our last question now from Twitch. We got one from each of the different major chat rooms, YouTube, Chess TV, and now from James Rodriguez. He says, Yvonne, what's your go-to strategy to help relax yourself, to lower your heart rate if you're in trouble in a chess game or winning? Is it you have like some breathing techniques? Do you take a break from the board? I think it's an interesting question, given that we're probably reaching the critical moment of this game here. What's your go-to strategy when you need to relax yourself in an intense moment during a game?
So sorry, I didn't get it clear. Is that means I'm the player, or let's say in an intense moment when I'm the follower?
I think when you're the player, if you're the
roles?
player in a game and it's an intense moment, how do you deal with that and lower your heart rate?
During the game, okay. Well, that is a very good question, because I'm not going to say something, let's say people are telling you like, okay, deep breathe, or try to take everything out, and then maybe after 10 seconds, half minutes, it will be okay, or maybe drink some water and then you'll calm down. I guess those are, let's say, different. Maybe someone found this helpful, someone found the other methods helpful. So for me, I think the most important thing is trying not to put yourself into such a situation, which means if we're talking about chess specifically, try to forget about the connecting factors with the game that are playing, just focusing on the moves. Because when you really calculate something, I guess you wouldn't feel such tense. I mean, or at least try to reduce it to a certain level that you can control yourself. But I have to admit that there were still a few moments that I also felt like very intense. You can hear your own heart breaking. And I was still trying to look for the better ways to deal with that, to be honest.
There you have it. We've had some great questions here from chat. We've got some great moments happening on the board. Apparently no great moments off the board, because again, both players were gone from their chairs, just wandering around wherever they're wandering around. But Yvonne, once again, this has been awesome. I really enjoyed this today, and really appreciated the chat for asking us those questions to allow Fabi and Yvonne to give the insights that only they can bring. So Yvonne, with that, we're going to wish you a great rest of your day, and take a break before we're joined back again by Robert Hess. So have a good one, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, great. See you.
Actually, no, tomorrow is chess, and then Monday's the break.
Oh, no, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Sorry, tomorrow. sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye,
See you
Yvonne.
tomorrow.
Okay, and as Yvonne leaves us, we are getting set to go to a break so that we can be rejoined here in studio by the full Sofa Boy crew. At the break, you're going to enjoy another great on-site video from Mike Klein, who shows us a little bit of what's happening in Dubai, some more behind-the-scenes stuff that you wouldn't know about. Don't go anywhere. Chess.com's coverage of Game 7 here for the FIDE World Chess Championship returns in just a moment.
Mike Klein here with Chess.com, reporting to you from Expo 2020. And you know, my producer asked me to create some evergreen content, so let's do the weather. Today it's going to be nice, and then tomorrow's going to be nice. and after that, it's going to be nice. So you guys just plug this in any day you want, okay? It's going to work.
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
In case you didn't see, our partners at Coinbase are sponsoring Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Championship, and boy, are we thankful. Whether you're an experienced trader, been doing this for years, or just thinking about making your first crypto purchase, Coinbase is the place to go. Visit coinbase.com/chess and get $5 in free Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account today.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback and click Show Line.
We are back here as Game 7 rolls on. How much longer will it continue to go on? We're going to find out right before I drop the mic with that little inadvertent rhyme time. But we're also going to give a shout out real quick and remind you that our next rest day is Monday. Yvonne was not alone in confusing her days. It's obviously been a very long journey here we're on. But on Monday, it is a Speed Chess Championship doubleheader that starts off with Dingley Ren, the #1 player from China, versus Leavon, Aronian, followed by the match that has everyone talking. It will be the last match of the quarterfinals, Hikaru Nakamura versus Anish Giri. And
it won't be the last match of the quarterfinals. There's someone sitting right here who needs to compete.
Well, in my head, I already have Bobby having moved on. No, I'm kidding. That was just a mistake. Fabiano Caruana will take on Wesley So after that. With us here, Robert Hess, Fabiano, as we just said, and yours truly, Danny Wrench. All right, we've got a game to jump back into here, guys, because the forcing variations we anticipated with Yvonne in studio, either fortunately or unfortunately, depending on who was looking forward to rest. I had the happy Hikaru Fathead earlier, and I said he wanted some rest, and we might be headed toward a peaceful result here.
I think we sort of anticipated that the game might take on more calm waters.
Yeah.
Because both players must have been so exhausted after the game yesterday. Even though they were filled with different emotions, that doesn't change the fact that Magnus, despite winning, was just as tired as Jan. That was a tremendous game and a difficult game. And it's not surprising they don't have the same energy to put up a big fight a day later. Magnus, I think, played excellently to equalize in this game, and we really like this E takes D4 idea.
Yep.
That surprised us, but it allowed him to simplify a lot of the tension in the center. I just think that Jan missed a slight chance to maybe keep pressing with Knight takes D4.
Yep.
After C takes D4, I don't feel like he had any advantage or any clear way to continue the game, because Black's play is so direct and concrete, Knight G6, C5, and if Jan wanted to play on here, he would have to take risks,
right?
Which I'm sure he wasn't ready to after losing yesterday.
Obviously, we're kind of saying it was a long day yesterday and giving the players that semi-benefit of the doubt, if you will. But Robert, I understand you feel a little differently here. Having made that Ian Nepomniachtchi prediction that he might win, you feeling like Jan's just not bringing it here in the way you wanted to see.
Yeah, because the way this game continued, Magnus had to make a decision that he didn't require lasting precision. So what we love to see in chess, and especially from Magnus Carlsen yesterday, is he never let Jan off the hook. There was never a moment where he could force a draw. He had to fight every single move for 136 moves, and then he made a natural seeming queen retreat, and that lost him the game. So that is how you win games at this tip-top level, not by allowing this moment where I never wanted d4 to happen, right? We kept talking about it. As soon as d4 happens, you allow some trades, and I'm not saying that e takes d4 came as expected. In fact, during the break before Leavon joined, I came down to 5 and was like, whoa, e takes d4, that seems interesting. But the point is that all of a sudden the breaks happen, and now black has some freedom to experience. And once you get active play, it's often easier to hold those positions than ones where you have to, for dozens and dozens of moves, find these precise decisions every single turn, because the nuance is that if you make one slip up, your position starts going downhill.
Yeah. Well, we talked about it with Leavon here, and whether, you know, I even mentioned your points about d4 being the forcing approach that maybe takes away the flexibility advantage white has. That said, we might back up earlier, and for those who maybe have forgotten, we will do a full recap of this game, of course, and be joined by guests. Other than the maybe knight takes f6 moment earlier, Robert, which we'll get into later, what else were you supposed to do here besides d4?
Well, that's the move that
yeah.
caught me the most off guard, and all of us, we reacted.
Yeah, knight takes
f6, because it made black's life easier.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Well, I mean, Fabi, was there other ideas like bishop c2 now? I mean, or is it just...
Yeah, bishop c2 is certainly an interesting approach. You're basically saying the bishop on e6. Yeah, you developed it there, but after d4 and potentially d5, it's going to get kicked back. So it's not really like you gained a tempo with that.
Mm-hmm.
He could have also considered taking on e6 first and then d4, because in this instance, after e takes d4, he has knight takes d4 with tempo. And if queen takes e4, there's bishop to g5, even bishop h6, but bishop g5 might... Oh, sorry, bishop g5 in this case doesn't make much sense. My apologies. Bishop takes h6.
Yeah, bishop takes h6 just to win the pawn
and yeah, we might see a different story here. So he had some options there. He had some options on the move after. But yeah, it felt like in general his approach to the opening was a bit anemic overall. He didn't cause Magnus any problems. He didn't put pressure on him. And we see also from the clock times, you know, both of them have plenty of time.
Yep.
And it's a very simplified position now. So Magnus was never in serious danger of getting, you know, much worse or starting to worry, am I going to lose this game? He was never in that situation. Now we see a trade on c5, and next move black will play knight takes e5.
Yeah, and again, if you happen to just join at the break, in between the time where Leavon was here and Robert rejoined, just to make sure everyone knows what the forcing line was, c5 was played, and e5, queen f5, shout out to Leavon, who was the first to suggest that this was the best response, and indeed she was right. Magnus chooses it, and after dc5, we're simply going to get a massive simplification on the way here, and knight takes e5 is actually already on the board.
Yeah, the knights are staring at each other. It's important to note that this pin on the 5th rank doesn't really pan out, because knight takes f3 is possible, right? We want to note the difference between an absolute pin and a pin when there's a more valuable piece behind it, because if there's a king there, the knight can't move. Of course, knight takes f3 is a threat, and so black easily gets out of this, and there are no pieces remaining. And if we see all the trades on e5, then there's a queen, rook, and 4 per side, pawns on the same sides of the board. It should liquidate.
Quite the opposite of how we've been talking about this equal eval bar. Hold your mouse over. You can see Stockfish 14.1 is not just saying it's close to equal, as they say, this is a donut, zeros, all zeros. There's just nothing to this position.
And I was thinking about a move here to try to keep it a bit interesting. King h1, preserving that pin.
Nice.
But I think black has more than one way to equalize this. But I especially like to move queen to d3.
Fun way to get a big old fork on the d3 square and force rook to c2.
This would start to look a bit better for black. Of course, still in the realm of equality, but a bit better for black. After queen e3, we would probably see rook to c3, again followed by a trade on e5 and equality. So white can't really maintain this pin in any way.
Yep. Okay. Well, we take a look in now to both players, and you see they're both concentrated, giving their last bursts of energy before this one peters out, and they get a good night's sleep. Obviously, World Championship matches are designed to be long and take place over multiple weeks. Sometimes you do have games like this, especially after following the historic game that we had yesterday. So a little understandable, but not necessarily recommendable for Jan either.
I think it's disappointing.
Okay.
At this point, for Ian Nepomniachtchi, you're down a point in the match. You just were in a situation in a really long game where it was grinding, right? It was hours and hours and hours of play, and finally he broke. Now you get the white pieces. If this game, or when this game ends with a split point, now Magnus has more white pieces in the remaining games. So even if Jan is able to strike at some point, Magnus has the statistical advantage, both because he has the lead and because he has the first move advantage in an extra game coming up. So I think that this game was another one where Ian Nepomniachtchi was not accurate in moments where he needs to display accuracy, because Magnus is in a position where we're on move 26 now, no problems, the result is not in doubt, and that is making Magnus's life too easy. You need to press him for hours because he's not invincible. He is the best player on the planet, but it's possible that he breaks down in a single game. And he expressed some dismay in game 5, had Jan played c4. Here in this game, he didn't look very happy earlier on. Well, now he's thrilled.
And queen c3 being played quickly is basically a draw offer. They're just going to peter out. And again, Robert, I'll give you a chance to sound off on it, because both Fabi and Yvonne weighed in that perhaps the position with c takes d4 on move 18, if we bring up our two boards again, was again an example of Jan playing too fast in a critical moment, where knight takes d4 was maybe the last chance to mix it up a little bit. The computer agrees with it as well. And
I want to point out a possibly instructive moment in the final position.
Okay, well,
Magnus made the move rook to c8, but let's just go back, because now they're just going for a 3 against 3 and draw, and they're going to repeat. But if black plays a move b4 here, and you think, oh, I'm trading pawns, it's a draw. White plays rook to b1, b3, now king to f1. It starts to get dangerous for black. b2, for example.
That's pretty funny, actually. The king gets here in time.
King e2. White is in time after rook c8 to play king d2, wins that b pawn, and although it still should be a draw, and maybe black can try to harass the kingside pawns with rook b6 and something, now you start to suffer. So it's important in any position, even the most drawn one, not to let your guard down.
Yeah.
But of course, the players are going, they're too experienced for that, and they're going for a 3 against 3 rook ending and a certain draw.
Yeah, we see the players just making the moves because they can't offer a draw yet. I believe move 40 is the first time you can offer one, but they can repeat moves, and they probably will, with just king shuffling. And this game will end in a draw.
Nothing really to analyze on the board now. We will just let them finish it out. And don't go anywhere. We still have a full post show ahead that starts out with the Coinbase Rapid Recap, where we analyze, provide some instruction, especially for those who don't always get a chance to follow it live. They get to see the YouTube recap. Then, of course, we're joined by multiple special guests, and today is no exception.
I feel like Jan is a bit too calm about this outcome. I understand draws happen, but he's really not causing Magnus any problems, and he needs to at some point. It's not a desperate situation yet, but it's starting to get there. So a draw like this is really not what he wants.
Yeah. Well, and expect Magnus to take advantage of the whites that Robert talked about, because I don't believe that with another chance on the first move, Magnus will do Jan the same solid. In terms of it, the game may indeed very well be a draw, but I don't imagine it will be one that as peaceful as this. So there's still.
I think Jan's not repeating. Is that?
No idea. I think it will. There we go. They did indeed repeat. We'll try to listen in if there's anything interesting.
Yeah, but I thought takes in 25.
Yeah, it should be. That's what before maybe made some sense.
Yeah, I was not so sure about b4, c4.
Yeah, but queen e5, maybe. Yeah.
Queen e5
probably in time. Probably in time.
I think I'm in time. Threatening c5.
Yeah, maybe don't take on f6. I thought somehow now queen on f6 is a little bit weird. Like,
yeah.
Lets me like some tempi, but maybe not.
Well, they did just quickly discuss knight takes d4, and Jan said b4 for Magnus, and then Magnus said c4, which I don't know if you heard that. That was the line we were looking at with e5.
That was the critical line. It looked like they both zeroed in on 2 moments. That was one of them. The other moment where Jan could have made an improvement was the one that Robert mentioned. Early on, taking on f6.
Yeah.
Jan said, well, I'm not sure if maybe that was the right approach. And it was not, I mean, certainly not a bad move, but there were more ambitious moves at that moment.
e5, e4, and so on. Yeah. Oh, but queen f5, yeah, just over just kills here.
How friendly this is. Like if I'm Ian Nepomniachtchi, I'm mad. And I've obviously never been in the World Championship stage, but there's something about this that is kind of getting to me. It feels like Jan is not making the most of his chances. And knight takes f6, you sort of come to expect better of Ian Nepomniachtchi because he's such an exceptional player. So seeing them talk about the chess, that's natural. Chess players want to know the truth of the position, and especially to talk to your opponent. But I don't know, something's sort of getting at me here with Jan's approach.
I don't disagree. I think we're going to have a lot of time to unpack it. Let me remind everybody that there's a very, very packed post-game show ahead. Of course, we'll also be joined by the players in the post-game press conference. So don't go anywhere. A lot to talk about from today's storyline. While it was a short game, it doesn't mean the talking points are few. So on that note, let's dive into the Coinbase Rapid Recap and let the fans know, as we are at peak viewership, at least on this particular day, what happened from start to finish in the particular battle that was Game 7. So once again, the storyline continues in the Marshall. Will this ultimately prove to be the right approach or wrong approach that Jan is going to hammer away at this line until he finds a crack in the armor? Again, we have the same position we've now seen 4 times whenever Jan is on the white side. We've seen h3 from Game 1, and then a4 in Games 3, 5, and 7 today. Magnus Carlsen repeats his approach from Game 5 with the move rook to b8. And Fabi, that's our first moment, which was not necessarily a surprise for you, but an interesting takeaway that means to you as someone who's been in a World Championship match and prepared. That means Magnus believes in this line with rook b8 if he's playing it twice.
Yeah, I think that Jan's approach is a good one, to keep trying to find some sort of holes in Magnus's preparation, and also the fact that he got an advantage in the 5th game from the opening does give him confidence that Magnus's preparation here is not infallible. It was a surprise that Magnus decided to go for the same line, which we felt is a bit speculative, and it didn't feel like he was 100% prepared for what followed.
Yeah.
Jan came up with a new approach, and we were a bit surprised that Magnus was thinking a lot early on.
Yeah, it was this move d3 that was the new approach. Again, for those more advanced players or just everyone following it closely at home, c3, of course, was the move that Nepomniachtchi played in Game 5. But d3, and after the move h6, knight to c3, Robert, this is the idea, if you will, right? You put the pawn on d3 to keep the c3 square vacant, and after rook e8, knight d5, you were feeling pretty good about Jan's chances until this moment right here, and you have the floor.
Yeah, I predicted Ian Nepomniachtchi would win this game.
Yeah.
And you don't predict somebody to beat Magnus Carlsen after a loss unless you really believe in their strength and think they're a phenomenal player. But knight takes f6 check here, that is not a good move. And I think at this stage of the World Championship, it's almost borderline inexcusable because he can just play bishop d2. He can keep the momentum of his position. He doesn't have to clarify matters for black. And it made Magnus's life so much easier after knight takes f6. When you have more space in a position, you really typically do not want to initiate trades, especially because you moved your piece first from b1 to c3, then c3 to d5, and now you're taking again, and the black queen comes out to f6, which is a useful square. So I felt like bishop d2, keeping more of the tension alive and forcing black to come up with decisions, that would have been the proper play here. And knight takes f6 just made Magnus' life very easy.
Yeah, and let's expound upon this, right? We have the time, we have the energy, because it's you just made bold statements, right? It's not just that it's a move that, by the way, watching this live, we were all like, what? Like every one of us was surprised, and to use the term inexcusable. I mean, what are your thoughts, Fabi, in terms of having played in a World Championship match, right? You never lost a game in Classical, so you were never fully in Jan's shoes, but do you agree with Robert that in hindsight, now that we see how quickly this game petered, that this was it just doesn't make sense to allow the game to go down this road?
I do feel like he played this quickly, and that was why I wasn't sure if I should be surprised when it happened live, or if because this was simply
we thought it was prep maybe or something.
His preparation,
right?
But the feeling, the moves we were looking at, did not involve knight takes f6. They were all keeping attention in the center and forcing black to make that difficult decision. Robert mentioned bishop to d2. There's even moves like bishop to e3, because that rook on b8 can potentially get in trouble. Like let's say bishop to e3, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, knight goes, let's say, to e7. Now bishop to a7, that rook is trapped. Maybe the bishop gets trapped in the end too, but these are lines that would be difficult for Magnus to calculate and assess. So knight takes f6, it might not be a bad move objectively, but it is a move that simplifies Magnus's defensive task.
Well, remember in the game you also were mentioning there were for bishop b2 and bishop e3 seemed like best, but if we're just listing opportunities to maintain the tension, even c3 and even the idea of c4 at some point has come up multiple times. So yeah, a little, and again with hindsight being 2020, giving us even more clarity, more things that don't make sense, especially when we just listened live in the voice and Jan was saying, maybe knight takes f6 wasn't good. Well, it's like, well, were you in preparation or not, right? Because if it's not good and you're already out of prep, don't you know from the practical point of view you should be keeping as many opportunities alive as possible?
And I feel like Magnus would never make that move.
Yeah.
Because Magnus, he really is king at making his opponent sweat it out until the last detail is accomplished. And as we saw the game continue here, it's not that either side played badly. It's just not maximizing the potential of the position, because look at how Magnus played bishop e6, and then once d4 happened, which is a move you don't really want to play because it allows black some more trades, opening up some counter strikes, whereas if you could refrain from making the move, white has control of the A file. So there's not too much happening dynamically speaking, but white controls the A file, which is why I like bishop e6, so that black could play rook e8 and compete for it. So I do think that Magnus makes defensive measures look very easy, and that's all credit to him. But I think that Jan also participated in that ease.
Yeah, bishop c2 was something we briefly mentioned to at least keep pieces on the board, but as you said, Magnus is already in a position that at least the plan is clear. He can challenge the A file. Once d4 was committed, Fabi, I'll let you talk about maybe what we, in hindsight with Ifan here, was maybe the last moment to keep something going, and we did just see the players discuss this in the postgame.
Well, I think d4 was a fine move, but here he very quickly played cd4, and I don't understand. I understand the move. I understand that it's the most natural move, the first move you think of. I don't understand the rush to make it.
Yeah.
Because obviously he thought about knight takes d4. They were talking about it. So.
And this was the line they were talking about for the record: bishop b3, queen b3, and b4. But then Magnus suggested the very move you were analyzing with Ifan.
Yeah. And if you're in Jan's shoes and you see this position, this is very committal for black and very positionally risky. Why not spend some more time and think about the possible implications of this? Instead, you go for another line where Magnus's moves all flowed very naturally, knight g6, c5, etc. So here, they mentioned the move queen to e5. We heard that more than once, the move queen to e5, and they were saying that black is equalizing here. I don't understand why black equalizes here. I just don't get it. If white plays, there's a number of moves, even queen to d3.
Even Ifan's f3, by the way, but okay.
Even f3.
We'll go queen d3.
But I just noticed that queen to d3, well, you can't move the knight from e7 because of knight c6 wins a piece. If you play c5 here, you might think, oh, I've got some tactical stuff going on. f4 is also an option, but let's say knight to b5. I just saw a tactic here. Queen takes b2, bishop to d4, c takes d4, rook e to b1. That queen is trapped.
Man, Fabi feeling fresh. Look at that.
In any case, this is a super risky line for black.
Yeah. And you were right, f4 is certainly a possibility as well.
f4 might just be crushing black, you know? So, yeah, our feeling when we were discussing this live was that after c4, white is the one who has chances to have a large advantage. Yep. I don't understand the rush from Jan. I understand the move. I just don't understand the practical decision not to spend a bit more time here.
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement, and I do want to temper some of my statements because I'm looking at this from the perspective that Jan is competing for a world championship, a stage that Fabiano's been on, a stage I certainly have not. And it's not that I'm angry at Jan, but if he is going to really try to win this world championship, you can't just make these draws, and you have to spend your time in those critical moments. And so as I'm not walking back my statements. I really firmly believe that knight takes f6, and then also not considering knight takes d4 here. I think that these decisions have to be taken into the grand scheme of things. They're tired. They played a really long game. but both players played a long game, and Magnus has the lead. So if you are going to wrest that title from the #1 rated player for the last 10 years, you need to make the most of the positions that you get. Yep. And Jan just isn't doing that both in previous games and in this one here. It just feels like your time's running out, even though there's half a match left.
Ironic to say that time is running out because time probably needs to be taken by Jan at the board. And I'll just add one final thought to everything you said is not only do I agree with you, but it's also not just that maybe the opportunities are slipping, it's that they seem to be slipping in the fashion that historically Jan has been criticized for at times, playing too quickly in critical moments, whether it was pushing the pawn to c3 in game 2, whether it was queen e4 in game 6, right? You don't want to see that because you know what Jan's capable of. That's why neither one of us is angry. This is not our game. We're here to commentate, right? But it's like you want to see that. And when you know what the critical moments are, you don't want to see anything that could ever be classified as careless by a player. And you worry that you may look back with regret if you're not going to slow down in some of these big situations. So,
and also, we understand, of course, fully. We've all played those long games. We understand that the players are tired.
Yep.
But you can rest after the match.
Yep.
I mean, you only get one chance at this.
Yep.
You can't just say, I'm tired and I'm going to play a calm game with white because this is one of your few chances that you're going to get to put pressure on Magnus.
Yep.
You can't really count on winning with black for the most part. So you have to make the most of these tiny chances that you have against him.
And if some of you are wondering, okay, but what happened next? If some of you might be just tuning in, well, we're spending a lot of time on this critical moment because unfortunately for you, there wasn't much that happened next. The lines were very forcing. Bishop takes b3, queen takes b3, and knight g6 immediately hits e4. There's literally nothing to do here from what we talked about. Jan did go for a forcing line. The only other move you suggested probably was queen c2, but here black's response could be a number of things.
I think c5 is what black will do no matter what white does. And we could see similar things to the game because if white takes on c5, we see a big exchange.
Yeah.
The main difference is that here e4 is not hanging.
But b2 is.
Yeah, but in the position after c5, this would probably lead to very close to a draw.
Yep.
Here e4 is not hanging, so white has a bit more freedom. And Yifan mentioned the move rook a6. There might be like rook a to d1. Since e4 can't be captured, we keep the tension in the center and maybe white can continue to play this game.
Okay.
White can also consider d5 and we get some sort of Benoni structure, which is probably a decent version for black. But you're still left with that slightly not misplaced, but slightly passive bishop on f8. This is probably fine for black, but it would be a fight.
Okay.
Rook e to c1 was just not a fight. After c5, it's just...
Essentially, a draw was offered, if you will, after e5. Yifan, again, spotted queen f5. Shout out to our other commentator and partner who's not here with us as we bring this to a close. The trades happened, and the rest was a matter of technique, as they say, but not in a way of converting any advantage, but just simple rook ending technique. One final trick, because Fabi was mentioning, and I do think it's instructive, to not be careless in these moments. Magnus plays rook c8, the most accurate way to offer a trade of b for c. If b4, there was this fun rook b1 pin. And then after b3, the key, everyone, is king f1 works precisely because you can't play rook c8 to trade the b for c pawn anymore because white captures and protects, which would mean we're forced into a variation like this, where actually white could win. So funny little trick. Of course, we did not see an epic blunder in the World Championship. Instead, we saw a simplification. I'm playing it out, guys, because there's really not much more to add. And that was our Coinbase rapid recap. A game that was drawn, a game that came and went quicker than any of the games so far. Am I right about that? This was the fastest game we've had? Yeah,
I think so. I think so.
The other game where Magnus had black was also relatively quick.
Yep.
When he got d5 in
and also the game where Magnus had white and there was the Petrov.
The Petrov was also fast, but I still think this was the fastest, so everyone has a little more time to head over to Coinbase and get their free Bitcoin. All right. Moving on, let me remind you real quick that you can get our recaps every day on our YouTube channels. The recap you just saw goes to the main youtube.com/chess, but the interviews from Mike on site, all kinds of other highlights at ChessCom Live. We're also broadcasting live to that YouTube channel, and we have our Clips channel with a lot of the fun moments and educational moments. It's not just the silliness as a reason to subscribe. If you missed those little educational nuggets from Fabiano and Robert, shout out to the team working hard to bring some amazing clips to that channel. So, all right, don't go anywhere. Our post-show is just ramping up. We have Leavon Aronian around the corner. We have Hansen around the corner, Eric, if you will. And then we have Ludwig, who will be joining us to talk about his switch to YouTube gaming from Twitch, and of course to review his buddy the Hess Champion and his performance on the World Hess Championship. So, by the way, shout out to that. If you haven't picked up your World Hess Championship gear, just type merch in the chat or go to go.chess.com/merch and pick up some gear today. There's that beautiful face, that guy Robert Hess. We love that guy. And there you go. Against his will, we have merch. All right. Thank you for sticking with us. Don't go anywhere. The post-game conference is coming up. It'll be started probably before you see our faces again. You will see Magnus and Jan and all of their reactions. Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE World Chess Championship continues when we return. You ready?
Yeah.
Your knight's on F7. Where can it go?
F7, D6, E8, G7, H5, G3, E2, C1, B3, A5.
Stop. White king on A3, white pawn on B3, black king on E7. Who wins?
It's a draw. Black's king gets to A8 before white's king gets to B7.
Name the fastest checkmate for white.
E4, E5, Queen H5, King E7, Queen takes E5.
Recount your opening versus Alexeyenko from the first half of the 2020 Candidates Tournament.
D4, Knight of 6, C4, E6, Knight C3, Bishop E4, F3, D5, A3, Bishop E7, E4, D4, FE4.
Stop. Tell us about a chess game that made an impression on you.
Karpov-Kasparov from the World Championship match 1985. Kasparov's Octopus Knight on D3 controlled 8 squares in the enemy camp and allowed him to become the world champion.
There's a knight on E5. What squares does it attack?
F7, D7, C6, C4, D3, F3, G4, G6.
Stop. How do you do this?
Visualization in chess isn't difficult for me. It just comes naturally.
Where does crypto come from?
Honestly, I don't know. Can you tell me?
Learn more at coinbase.com/chess to get $5 in free crypto when you sign up and verify your account.
Chess.com is here with Grandmaster Ian Nepomniachtchi. We were seeing you twice on the same day, but how was your energy level going into the match today?
Obviously not at its highest point because, yeah, I mean, in such games like yesterday, it's better if you grab something at least and go home with it. Yeah, so instead of like playing until until midnight and scoring no points. But yeah, I mean, it's a part of the job. And today, I hoped for some small pressure. But yeah, I guess the game was pretty much sensible. And yeah, I think White had some slight advantage, but probably rookie to c1. Just maybe rook a to c1 would be more interesting. Yeah, but I guess it's more or less the same. Yeah, like I don't think that after this rook e4, rook c7, somehow I believe that Black Knight goes to d5 sooner or later, and it should be equal.
You've been really trying to mix things up, but was there any decision today that you specifically withdrew from, made a more conservative decision because of your energy level? Any particular moment where you decided to play a little bit more safely?
No, not really. I mean, okay, I think the energy level is quite decent, but in general, yeah, I think this rook b8 move is very nice. So okay, White has some different tries, but neither promises a lot.
And very quickly, who on your team was there for you most last night? I mean, a lot of people probably wanted to pep you, give you pep talk, but who was mostly in your ear helping you out psychologically?
No, but I don't think that anything serious has happened, so I don't think I kind of need some psychological help.
Fair enough. Thanks for your time.
Then a nice line like this, bishop b3, and with the idea of c5 here, just simplifying the position. And yeah, maybe rook a to c1 was slightly more a worthy try, but I guess more or less the same, yeah, just closer to equality.
Was yesterday's game have any impact on your choice of opening today?
Absolutely not. Also, by the way, it was quite a new experience to play 2 games at the same day. Yeah, somehow I thought that, at the World Championship match level, it should be like a little bit different, other in some, open tournaments. But yeah, once we start that late, it suddenly backfires and, ending like after dark.
The first half of the match is over. Your feeling about how it's gone so far?
Well, it's not going too well because in general, I guess I had quite some promising positions, and I believe also yesterday was some kind of I don't know, eclipse which prevented me from grabbing b4 pawn twice in a row. But yeah, I mean, yeah, yesterday's game was just kind of poor from both sides, I believe, especially during the time trouble. But otherwise, I think it's pretty much sensible, and it's very much fighting.
May I ask you, Magnus, after yesterday's huge fight, today's result, just what the doctor ordered?
Yeah, it's okay. I obviously remembered my first match against Vichy, where I broke through and won the 5th game, and then I managed to sort of gradually equalize with Black in the 6th, and yeah, eventually win. So I was like slightly hoping that we could follow a similar scenario, but a draw is obviously a very nice result as well.
Any concerns from the opening today?
No, it was the usual. So obviously White is a tiny bit better, but as long as you cannot see a clear way to increase the advantage, it's usually going to evaporate.
We've had 7 games. The first half is over. How would you evaluate the state of the match at the moment?
No, obviously it's with yesterday's result, it's going pretty well. But it's a long way to go. Half the match still, but I've made my breakthrough, so the state is good.
Ask the reporters to begin the questions. We'll begin that phase, and please go ahead.
Hello, a question for Mr. You say yourself that you put yourself in good positions, and today you played with white. Was this a missed chance?
Today was surely no missed chances. I think for any of us, was a very, very balanced game, and I believe it was just boring.
You have still more 7 games to do it. You're 1 point under. When are you gonna attack?
When time comes.
MyClientChess.com. My question is for Magnus. Magnus, I'm going to guess that when you turned your phone on yesterday, you had a slew of congratulations. Are there any that you'd like to share, the message or some prominent person?
No, I'll keep the gossip to a minimum.
Ole Kristianström, VG Norway. Quite similar question to Magnus. I guess Borussia Dortmund Bayern tonight. So what does Erling Braut Haaland and you have in common?
I think we're both relentless when we get the chance. But yeah, that's high on my to-do list after the game towards that one.
Owner from Chess24, question for Ian. What is it you're doing in the back room?
Sitting on sofa basically and watching, the screen. So, it reminds me of playing during the quarantine times. Yeah, it's very similar. You sit in front of your screen and you try to think. So maybe it's even more familiar right now than, playing regularly out of the board.
Because of the pandemic and playing so much online?
Yeah, I mean, okay, it became already at some point a habit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Nicholas from Aftenposten. I have a question for Magnus. The United Arab Emirates is often criticized for its human rights records. Did you have any concerns before agreeing to play the match here?
Yeah, that's a tough question. No comment.
MyClientChess.com again. This question's from our community, and I'm going to direct it to Jan. Jan, you're at the pinnacle of a chess player's career, playing for the World Championship. But is this process fun for you?
I believe depends on the result. So once I win, it will be fun. Once not, then okay, obviously no fun at all.
Saravanan from ChessBase. Magnus, the question is for you. Today in the opening, you seem to be taking an unusually large amounts of time between the 11th and 16th moves, almost about more than 45 minutes. What happened? Was it anything to do with the preparation, remembrance, or the position?
Yeah, I was just trying to choose the way that I play, and there are some subtle differences between the choices. So that was it. But in general, I felt that it's a position where it's quite static, and yeah, there's not that much to fear.
Was it a matter of choice, choosing something, or was it a matter of remembrance? What was it?
A bit of both.
Thank you. Question for you, Ian, if you don't mind my asking. Did you manage to get a good sleep after the previous game?
Well, obviously, since I came back to hotel like a few hours later than usual, yeah, obviously it was less sleep than normally, but I mean, in general, once you are that tired, of course, you sleep well.
Thank you.
So, Jan, I'd like to ask you sort of about the opening, and before the match,
Would you say that the Marshal was something you were expecting?
Absolutely. So the Marshal is one of the main choices for Magnus, I think, within his career, and it's proved and a very fireproof choice for a match as well. So I mean, of course, you can't rely on playing against Marshal only, yeah, but I mean, even Marshal itself, yeah, is quite a hard nut to crack.
So based on that, would you say that with these past 4 games where you've had some chances, but it seems like Magnus has been pretty solid, do you feel like your opinion of the Marshal has changed throughout this match?
Well, I must say that I'm getting much more than I expected out of the opening. But in general, I think so far the side which plays black pieces doesn't experience any problems after the opening. Yeah, maybe game 2 was slightly different, but it was like very, very complex.
Thank you.
Chess.com one more time. Question is for Magnus. Magnus, you're a big chess historian. You seem to recall that Karpov-Korchnoi stalemate at a moment's notice yesterday. Where would you rank your game yesterday in the pantheon of World Championship games?
Yeah, let's leave that to chess historians who are not involved in the match.
Rakesh from chess.com India. So Magnus, you're leading at the halfway stage. So going forward, will we see you find the beauty in repetition or go for it again?
I think it very much depends on the situation over the board. As talked about earlier, there's half a match left, and I don't think being 1-0 up at this point changes the strategy drastically for either player. I mean, there will come a point, but I'm not convinced that that point has yet come.
Thank you. Hi, Maria Emilianova, chess.com. I have a question for Magnus. Yesterday, when you arrived for the game, I noticed that in the car you were kind of jamming to some music. Could you share with us what you were listening to? And yeah.
I'll leave that question to the musical expert in our team, so he can answer that question at another time. I'm not the one who decides.
But you usually listen to music before the game. We just want to know how much is it important for you to have something like this before the game.
It's nice to lighten the mood. So usually we arrive a little bit earlier than we have to have at least some extra time in case there's traffic. So spending those times, spending those few minutes just listening to music or some other light-hearted banter is, I think, very healthy.
Thank you.
Hans Solbakken, NRK again. Mr. Ian Nepomniachtchi, did you criticize that you had to play on the same day in the opening here, or was it just that, is it okay for you to play again the same day?
Yeah, I think it depends on the result. If you win, you don't normally criticize. So, but yeah, frankly, it turns out that, okay, with these 7 hours time control, I never thought about this before the match, but now, I mean, okay, I found out this quite weird that basically you can finish your game after midnight. Yeah, that was sort of unexpected.
Was it? How was it for you today then? Were you really tired or?
No, I mean, of course, I can't consider yesterday as a rest day. So.
Thank you.
Sagar Shah from ChessBase India. My question is to Jan. Yesterday was a very long game and also filled with a lot of ups and downs. Yet after the game, you were relatively calm. You came to the press conference. Also, you were answering questions quite in detail. It's very usually in World Championship press conferences we see that someone, when they lose, they do not answer so much. So how do you keep yourself mentally strong, and how are you able to do this?
But I think I'm in general mentally strong. So there is no need to, as you have said, keep.
And I have a question for Magnus, if you would answer. Every day you come to the tournament with your head trainer, Peter Heine Nielsen, and one more person. Could you tell us a bit about the other person?
No, he's Magnus is part of the team, part music expert, fashion expert, hype man. He has many different roles.
2 more questions, please.
So Magnus, it's clear that there's been a pattern in your opening approach in the Caruana match, and now the match, here. Both, in the first match it was Sveshnikov, and there was no change, and now Jan's first 4 games haven't changed at all, and this until this sort of, after Castles. Why do you think both of your opponents haven't chose to deviate if you've been so solid?
I would say it's just hard in general to gain a big advantage, and you could look at it the other ways as well. Like Jan is getting objectively slightly better positions from the opening, and how much more can you really expect? So I guess in a sense, both of us are relatively happy with the result there.
But it seems that you definitely have a different approach. You've been deviating with E4 and D4. If you're so confident, and sort of, why not, focus on the Petrov? Why not focus on the Catalan? What's your opinion that sets it aside, where you'd like to try to poke in different aspects, and then Jan is solely focusing on the Marshall?
I would say that we have somewhat different approaches in that sense. He's playing openings where it's not so easy to put slight pressure. He's trying to solve his problems by force with black, and that's one of the reasons why it's harder to try and poke at the in the same places every time.
Thank you.
Jan, I have one more question for you. What Magnus said, he doesn't feel that you're going to change strategy. Either player wants to change strategy right at this point. Would you agree?
But I won't tell you.
Fair enough. We have a question, the Twitter question at FIDE Chess. You can tweet your questions to FIDE Chess in order to possibly get them answered. This one comes from Die_Wales. It's for both players. I'll start with you, Jan. There have been a lot of great World Championship matches over the years. If you could watch one match between any 2 players of any era, who would you choose?
Well, currently I'm watching my match here, so once I'm done with this, I will think.
Magnus?
I think it would be a close race between. You're not talking about a match that has happened, or?
Yeah, one that has happened. And one
that has happened. Then
actually, the question is if you watch one match between any 2 players.
Any 2 players.
Any 2 players, sorry.
Yeah, okay. I'll just answer the question what I thought was the question, which is which match in the past. Then it would be a close race, probably Kasparov Karpov from Seville, closely followed by Aljechin Capablanca from Buenos Aires.
Could you elaborate on why those 2 are your favorites?
Those 2 are awesome. Very tightly contested, with great ideas between clearly the best players of their time.
All right, well, we have 2 of the greatest players of our time here. Tomorrow will be the next game, game 8 and Magnus will have the white pieces. It will be at 16:30 at the Dubai Exhibition Center. Thank you very much. This concludes the press conference. See you tomorrow. Have a great night.
Some thrilling questions from that post-game press conference, if I don't say so myself, which leads me to a thrilling question. I've been wondering, we're all getting up super early. I've got my own routine. I pick you guys up on the way. How are you guys handling the household? Who's making breakfast?
Well, I'm trying to, but it doesn't always work out.
That's interesting. Well, it's funny because I hear that the team had a chance to sneak in some cameras and follow the breakfast prep that is going down at the Caruana Hess household. And well, let's just check in and see what they uncovered.
Robert, breakfast is ready.
Hey man, what is this?
It's eggs.
You know I like my omelets with brie and some side of avocado toast.
All right.
That was so good. I hadn't seen the final. I mean, Bobby, how hard is that on you? You're getting up earlier than all of us to be met with that disappointment.
Yeah, that was a rough day.
Well, Robert, I mean, did you ever get the breakfast you wanted, or how did that work out?
Yeah, since then, Fabiano hasn't cooked for me anymore. So I don't think it really worked out in my favor at all.
Okay. Well, we hope you enjoyed that video. With us, of course, Robert Hess, Fabiano Caruana, Danny Wrench. Follow us on Twitter. Engage with us during the show. And we're all on Instagram, too, although I don't even know what our handles are on Instagram. So anyway, this is so much fun. You're going to be able to see that video on one of our YouTube channels. I'm not going to say which one because I don't know which one, but just a reminder, we've got many of them, and we will share a link. That's the ChessCom Live channel where we are broadcasting to right now, and you should follow because more events in the future will be broadcast only to our secondary YouTube channel. And then we have our Best of Clips channel, which you should definitely follow as well because I think, so just so everyone knows, spoiler alert for, we still got 25,000 on Twitch and more than 10,000 on YouTube. We have a lot more behind the scenes footage coming your way. That was a really fun video. Everyone saw the Hess merch video, but we had a lot of fun hanging out with each other and just doing silly things. And so if you're wondering, more reason to make sure you subscribe so that you can be alerted when those videos go live, or you can just always tune in here. That was hilarious, guys. And I appreciate that I hadn't even seen the final version yet. Everything okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great.
The relationship between us is repairing itself slowly.
All right. Well, don't go anywhere because we're gonna catch up with a relationship that needs no repairing. Leavon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana are the best of buds. I can't wait to hear the dialogue that's about to go down between these two super grandmasters regarding a peer of theirs, Ian Nepomniachtchi's approach here in Game 7. What will Leavon's thoughts be on the effort, the strategy overall in the match? Jan's questions and answers in the post-game press conference really seem to be that he's dialed in on his perspective, which is things are fine. I'm mentally strong, right? And and he has a plan, apparently, despite our general criticisms on how quick this game was. So anyway, Leavon joins us, and many other guests ahead, so don't go anywhere. We're going to take a very short break, and Chess.com's post-game show of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship returns, and it is presented by Coinbase.
It's Expo 2020, and the world is here as well. If everybody in the world loved everybody in the world, what a glorious world this could be.
It's the culture, the music, the artwork. It's the people.
Deutschland by Nacht. A glorious world this could be.
I was just looking for myself, and then Expo came, and it makes me emotional.
Come on and join us. A new world is just beginning, and it's right here at Expo.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Championship is brought to you by our partners at Coinbase. Whether you're just thinking about making your first crypto purchase, just wanting to learn a little bit more about the crypto industry, or if you've been doing this thing for years and you're an experienced trader, Coinbase is the place to be. Visit coinbase.com/chess and get $5 in free Bitcoin just for signing up and verifying your account today. We really encourage you to do so. Go check them out at coinbase.com. Welcome back to Chess.com's post-game show for Game 7 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship. We are now joined again by the amazing, the legendary Grandmaster Leavon Aronian. That shirt, I want to get to the game, but that shirt looks great on you, Lev. Can I just say that? Yeah, looks great. Well,
thank you so much.
Right now the match isn't looking that great for Jan, but I'm curious your thoughts. Obviously, we had a historic Game 6 yesterday, and now we're talking and buzzing about the lack of fight today. So obviously we'll get into the specifics, but your general thoughts right now on Ian Nepomniachtchi's kind of general demeanor and overall approach to this Game 7.
I think today is not so much about Jan, but more about his team, because I think after you lose a game like that, you should definitely come up with something serious, come up with some challenge. And it's not like Magnus is doing what I expected him to do. He's not jumping around. He's just going for this passive re-Lopez. Therefore, his team could come up with something better, because so far I see him getting nice positions out of the opening, and then it just all gets neutralized very soon. And I'm not just talking about the opening team or coaches, I'm talking more about the psychologists, because you have white, there is urgency, and you should strike back. And as we've seen in all the World Championship matches, I mean, when Magnus lost his game, he always fights back.
Hello, someone.
Sorry.
You're live.
Hey, guys, somebody's calling. Oh my God. Sorry. So you have the urgency to fight back. Therefore, it's essential that you get in the psychological mood, that there is no slow game, and you're not going to play for this knight b5, c3, and this type of stuff. So that's what I'm surprised with, and that's actually a real concern, because losing a game with black is possible. You're playing against the best player in the world. You can lose one game, but then you have to come back. You have to pose problems, and I haven't seen this in a match from Ian.
Lev, do you feel like it was a surprise for Jan and his team that Magnus decided to play rook b8 again? That it wasn't just a one-game idea?
Yeah, I think it's a surprise, but I mean, it's the World Championship. You're going to have surprises. You're going to have this type of things, and I think this is an issue. I mean, if you're not going to get anything, this kind of today's game kind of reminded me of one of those bullet draws that Kasparov was doing against Kramnik, because he couldn't really pose any problems in Berlin, and this is not a good sign. This is much worse than this.
Yeah, it's really interesting to hear you frame it in that way, because a lot of our thoughts were kind of similar in terms of being critical of the lack of fight, but not really being framed in the way you're putting it about his team. What would be what would this be a sign for the future? Is this a sign that they then need to go away from this strategy to chisel away against the Marshall, which seems to be the approach, right? We've had 4 white Jan Nepomniachtchi games and 4 Marshalls. Or do you think that there may be something there, and it just shows a bad practical guess for them to not look at Rook B8?
It's not so much about the opening, I think. It's more about the psychological state. And when you get grinded by Magnus and you get tortured, sometimes I guess it's natural that you just get upset that you couldn't hold it. So that's what I'm guessing is the problem. But it definitely had to be resorted, because I felt that Jan was in a great state. I mean, he worked very hard on his physical training, and also his psychological training. But so far in the match, I don't see Jan that I'm used to see. I don't see somebody who's very kind of cocky and very like, I wouldn't say arrogant, but in a way, ready to prove that he's a better player. And I didn't see this in the body language throughout the match. So yeah, so far it's not.
It's interesting you talk about Jan and the player he is. I won't dive into the specifics here of the opening with Knight F6, whether that was too early to trade. Instead, I'll get to the moment where we talked about, Fabi talked about Jan playing C takes D4. Not just that he played it, but that he played it too quickly. And we talked about that being a mistake that maybe Jan has now made a couple times, playing too quickly, whether it was pushing C3 in game 2, maybe Queen E4, obviously in yesterday's game, to allow Rook takes A3. What are your thoughts about Jan's approach there? And again, maybe here slowing down a little bit to maintain at least some chances with Knight takes D4. What are your thoughts on how Jan has performed at the board as far as managing his time at this point?
I do think his choices are a bit strange, a bit impractical, and are a sign of some kind of nervousness. But today, I think it's not easy to judge him for this Knight D4. I would probably think about like chances early. I would think that maybe he should have developed with Knight D2, C3, to keep more pieces in the board, not with Knight C3.
Say, wait, Knight D2, or you're saying Knight D2 and C3 more traditional?
Yeah, maybe Knight D2, C3, this type of development, because with Knight F1, Knight G3, and then slowly keeping more pieces on the board. Because I don't know, somehow I feel this Knight C3, Knight D5, what he did in the game seemed just to be too solid for Black. Or maybe he should have tried some rook lift on the A file. Once this knight went to E7, I was thinking, some kind of Rook A7 at some point, or maybe even after Bishop E3, Bishop E6, this type of things. Because D4, I don't know, this D4 business normally gives Black enough counterplay. As Paul Keres, the great Estonian chess player, proved many times, Black manages to get a counterplay when he attacks the E4 pawn. And Black gets to get out with his pieces very soon. in this type of structures. So yeah, I was not too impressed with his.
Leavon, the players were discussing a variation after the game,
For
which
the
I
game.
thought was interesting. After e takes d4, knight takes d4, we heard this mentioned. Bishop takes b3, queen takes b3, b4.
Knight g6 first? Or
b4 first.
b4 first.
c4. And the players mentioned the move queen to e5 here. And we were struggling to understand why Jan thought that this was equalizing for black. And we were struggling to understand why white is not better here.
Yeah, that's strange. You can even
You
play,
can play knight
f3,
f3
right?
or queen d3. You have many, it looks like, attractive options. And it's not clear.
This looks very, very strange because the bishop on f8 is not going to come out soon. No, I think this b4 idea is generally very risky.
So,
no, I would have thought maybe queen e5 here. I mean, if I'm going to go queen e5, I might as well do it here.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah, knight f3, queen e6. Yeah, at least I didn't expose my pawn on b4. I think this every time you play b4, there is no way going back, and there's no way going for a draw. So that I
Perhaps
think is
white
very
still can
risky.
play for an advantage trading queens here, and then rook to a7.
Yeah, and you want to meet my c5 with some rook a6 or rook a1.
Rook to a6
yeah,
looks
kind of
very
keeping the pressure.
interesting,
Yeah, definitely. This is a slight pull you've got here. Because I don't really have a good square for the knight. Because knight g6, you have h4, which can be unpleasant, yeah? After rook a6.
This felt like some chance for white that he might have had.
Yeah, this looks like a pressure. Yeah, I was very surprised that the game, just that you need to win, became so empty in 2 moves.
Well, it definitely.
But probably, you know, one thing that I'm assuming well, Magnus is generally better prepared from a physical point of view. He has a great stamina. So maybe Jan got tired and they decided with the team that, okay, we're going to take it slow, just take a breather after a long game, and then we still have 4 whites. So quite often you also have this kind of psychological way of coping. When you're telling yourself, oh, I'm not in a rush. I don't need to play and win games immediately because I can win with white and I can win with black. And sometimes it works. So maybe I'm just being too critical on and his team.
It's definitely going to be the talking point from this point forward, now that we kind of maybe see it from their point of view, and if they felt like their man was tired, maybe they did give him advice that that this sort of approach would be okay. But do you think it's going to pay off? Do you think the telling yourself the story that everything's fine when you've just given the world champion one more game with the white pieces of the games remaining? Do you think it maybe is the right approach psychologically for Jan, or you think it's a cool story, bro, but not a good story?
I like how you put it.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, generally, as a player, I really like fighting back the very next day. I really like trying. Although sometimes it backfires, but at least it gives me a feel that I'm in some sort of chase, and I can control the events. But we don't know how his psychological training is, because we don't know what his training for the match was, because quite often people tend to look at their character and then try to go deeper in it. We saw it in 1995 match between Kasparov and Anand. You saw a completely different Anand. And then I myself saw Anand also evolve and turn into a guy that used to be very nervous to a guy that was so chill and so tricky, not like before. I mean, at times I saw him pretending he's very nervous when he was actually very relaxed. And that's, so maybe they thought, okay, Jan, you're very confident and that's all good, but let's work on you being more alert and being more in touch with your, kind of ways to solidify and be solid. Because quite often in the tournaments, you saw that Jan was leading the tournament, and then at some point he would collapse. So maybe this is something they worked on, and this is the result of it. They want to just play in a quiet and more reserved way throughout this match, because this is a long match, so things will definitely happen. I wouldn't do this, but maybe this is the way for him.
Interesting. Well, Leavon, this has been awesome. Really has. I know you're a busy guy and you're traveling, but selfishly, I'd love to have you back. I'm gonna hit up my guy Alex to see if we can work with you, because this was really great. Really appreciate those thoughts and insights. And I guess we'll let you get to it. It's an early morning for you. Hopefully, you didn't wake up anybody in the house. But thanks again for joining us, man. And we'll see if we can catch up with you again in a future round.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Let's see. I think tomorrow is going to be very exciting, and days after are very important. But I'm expecting Magnus to put some pressure tomorrow, and let's see what comes out of it.
Well, thank you, Lev, and appreciate it. We'll see. In fact, I guess I should have asked you what you predict for tomorrow, and you just answered it. You expect. I'll ask you to elaborate a little bit. You expect Magnus to not necessarily return the favor that Jan gave him here. You expect Magnus to push a little bit with the white pieces?
Yeah, he got the momentum, and he got the safe play. So I expect him to push a little bit more harder than Jan did today.
All right. Well, we'll see if the prediction holds up. Either way, we hope to catch up with you again, and we'll wish you a good day, man. Bye.
Same to you guys.
All right. That was Leavon Aronian. Really interesting thoughts there. That we're kind of echoing what Robert said, but a little more directed at the team in regards to how maybe how they're approaching Jan's psychology. But then you saw him kind of initially have that feeling of, hey, why aren't they helping him feel more ready? Why aren't they helping him, be up for the fight? And then as he talked about it, maybe like, well, maybe they're worried that he's not. And so even if they feel like that's the right thing to do, if they see that their man is tired, like it or not, they needed to back him up so that he can actually have a better chance for the rest of the match. But your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I think Leavon was looking at it from his point of view.
Yeah.
Because he has a lot of experience working with big teams for very important events. He's played the candidates more times than I can count. But then he might have realized that although he has his approach and it works for him, there are other approaches, and maybe and Jan and his team have decided that the best approach is to play it calm for a bit, to, let's say, stop the bleeding, as you put it.
Yep.
Because it would be great to bounce back, but if you don't have the energy, it's difficult to put that pressure on Magnus. And the worst thing would be to get into
lose another game,
another difficult position, and potentially lose another long game.
Yeah,
that would be a disaster. Then we're already talking about, pretty much a foregone conclusion in the match.
Right.
So it also makes sense to take it a bit slow. But from my point of view, and I agree with Leavon on this, I would try to put pressure with the white pieces, because you don't get so many chances.
Yep.
And although it seems like there's still many games to go, and there are, we're talking about 3 more games with white that he has, right?
Right.
That's not too many. If I had to say the probability of beating Magnus 1 out of every 3 white games, I would say it's probably not too high. You might be expecting 3 draws more so.
Right.
So it's a difficult situation for Jan, but he's also an experienced player, and let's see if he knows what to do and if he knows how to come back from this.
Yeah. All right. Well, really interesting thoughts there from Leavon. I really do hope we get him back because I agree that was definitely an angle that we weren't taking and gave us some nice talking points. Speaking of angles that we don't need help taking, we love bringing on Hammer, but he usually brings takes from Norway that are interesting and thought-provoking, if you will. So our next guest will be Jan Ludvig Hammer. Don't go anywhere. On the other side of the break, Grandmaster Robert Hess rejoins the studio. Hammer calls in from Norway, and Chess.com's post-game show presented by Coinbase rolls on.
Yeah, check it out, come on. I said I'm coming off the top and I'm spitting it too fly. Peace to all the people who be repping in Dubai. Tell me how you really think it's going down. Place your bets, man, who you think's getting the crown? Keep it locked here, you ain't got no option. Come on, y'all, you know what you watching. We gon' keep carrying on. FIDE Chess Championship on chess.com. Peace.
How many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Championship is brought to you by our partners at Coinbase. Whether you're just thinking about making your first crypto purchase, just wanting to learn a little bit more about the crypto industry, or if you've been doing this thing for years and you're an experienced trader, Coinbase is the place to be. Visit coinbase.com/chess and get $5 in free Bitcoin just for signing up and verifying your account today. We really encourage you to do so. Go check them out at coinbase.com. more post-game coverage for Game 7, more special guests. This particular one is brought to you by Grip 6. Shout out to our sponsors, Grip 6. Go to grip6.com and use the promo code CHESS or grip6.com/chess and get the gear you need at 25% off. Hammer, why was that so funny to you?
It's a weird framing, so I if people are gonna see like half my face anyway, I might as well pop in and say hi.
Well, you do pop in with great thoughts every day. We had you yesterday after the historic win, the first win in more than 5 years for the world champion in the classical portion, and then today a bit of a breeze, right, for Magnus again on the black side of this Marshall. So many questions we can unpack, but as usual with you, I just need to let you have the floor and tell us your thoughts on this kind of easy breezy game that the world champion had after the long day.
Well, Magnus played fantastic. I'm not sure what more there needs to be said. I think the Team Nepo's preparation for this game massively surprised me. Because Magnus went for this plan of getting the rook into the middle and then pushing the bishop away so that it's not blocking the rook. Magnus played this plan the last time Jan had the white pieces, so it should be a plan Jan was ready to face, and yet Magnus only played logical moves, and Jan he didn't have any way of putting pressure on Magnus. And I think to Magnus's credit, he made a really, really good decision today when he gave Nepomniachtchi those 2 pawns in the center and correctly judged that it would open up for the black rook pointing towards the white central pawn, and that the whole center would kind of have to be liquidated in order for Jan to avoid that pawn push Magnus was preparing on the queen side. But I mean, for me, it was like there was one moment here where Magnus made a slightly untraditional choice of handing white the pawns in the middle, but where he had like the justification for that decision ready, and then it just. He was just never in danger. He just had it completely under
Hammer,
control.
I guess an important question is, yesterday there was a game that lasted nearly 8 hours. It was a pressure-filled moment after pressure-filled moment that Magnus was the one dictating the action. And it felt like out of the opening today, Jan had a pleasant position, not anything overwhelming. And I guess the question I have for you and on behalf of the Norwegian fans, does it feel like Jan isn't maximizing that pressure himself? Because he went for some trades, and Magnus did a great job, as you mentioned, with e takes d4, but even as early as knight takes f6 check, I felt like that wasn't a decision that Magnus would have played himself, especially if he were down a game, because it liquidates, and I feel like it allowed black an easier game. So I guess to sum up my question, in Norway, is some of the fear of Jan Nepomniachtchi, is that going away a bit?
You know, we're always afraid because a world championship match is never easy, and I do think this very solid, quiet approach from Jan has yielded him results in the previous white games. In fact, during the press conference today, Jan specifically said that he had been getting more from his white games than he was expecting before the match started. So overall, he's happy with the positions he's gotten as white. It's just this game was a dud. He wasn't able to do anything. And maybe that's a result of the game the day previously, which was just such a strain on the players.
To dive into that point, unpack it a little further, we just had Leavon Aronian on the show, and he echoed some of our sentiments on, hey, where's the fight when you're getting these potentially good positions? Magnus said in the post-game conference, hey, Jan's getting decent positions with white against my Marshall. What more do you want from him? But then where was the fight? But Leavon added some context and said he thought that maybe some of the criticism was deserved toward Jan's team for not having him more prepared whether he expected rook to b8 again from Magnus. You made the point that rook e8 and bishop f8 were a plan he's played before. So if there is criticism due, and maybe there isn't yet, maybe their match strategy will pay off to keep Jan fresh for the later games. But if there is criticism due, do you feel like it's more to Jan for not pushing harder once these small advantages are there? Or do you feel like his team maybe could have done a little more to help him pack some firepower before he sat down at the board?
I think for the game today, it was poor preparation. They should have been able to kind of guess this plan Magnus chose, considering it's the same plan he chose when they played this very same line last time. But at the end of the day, the team is Jan's responsibility, right? Jan is the one picking who his team members are. He's not an innocent bystander to mistakes being made by the team. In fact, he is the boss. And as the boss, when someone else makes a mistake, that's by association.
Speaking
your
of being
mistake
part
as
of
well.
a team, Hammer, you used to be part of Magnus' team, right? So in these situations where now Magnus is up a game, do you see him playing to end the match, like playing for a win tomorrow with the white pieces, maybe even risking a little bit to secure that victory? Or do you see him saying, Jan's not showing that he could beat me, so let me just play super solidly, and if it's a draw, well, Jan only has 3 more games with the white pieces, and he's going to have to take some serious risks and change his strategy.
I think Magnus addressed this actually in the press conference, and Magnus said, there is a time for when the strategy will be very based on the end result of the match. But Magnus says that time has not come just yet. And he said that, he will just be continuing in the same fashion that has worked so far. And in general, Magnus, this is one of the most amazing things about Magnus, that he is just incredibly honest in interviews with the media. And so when he says that, I believe him. And well, to be fair, it's working for him so far, but it's also not giving him massive positions with the white pieces. The fact that he won yesterday was a big surprise to me, because his opening was just a complete failure, in my opinion. But he gets like an equal position. He doesn't have an advantage, but it's not a disadvantage either. It can go either direction, and then he does his magic, and suddenly Jan is giving up 2 rooks for a queen. That in itself was probably not a bad decision, but then he followed it up wrong, and then suddenly Magnus puts on the squeeze. So I feel like the way Magnus wins is by just accidentally stumbling into something from what is an equal position. And I don't think he's gonna be taking a lot of risks with the white pieces moving forward, but I don't think he has taken any risk with white in the previous couple of games either. He took big risks in the very first white game when he almost ended up losing. And after that, he's just been very minimalistic, which normally wouldn't work. But when you're Magnus, you create a moment magic, and then you get the win. Like
What's interesting, the last thought you gave me based on reminding me what Magnus said in the post-game press conference, that there may be a time and a place later on in the match for something different. And then as we're kind of discussing what's happening in these games, in that you think that maybe Magnus's thought is, hey, just do some simple things, and Jan might beat himself at times. I mean, I hate to say it that way, but the reality is most of the critical moments have been a little bit self-inflicted by Jan, especially this Queen E4 yesterday. And I wonder if you're not a second this year for Magnus, but taking us into the approach there a little bit, do you think that Magnus's team might be advising him, hey, you don't need to do too much. We'll see how Jan handles these critical moments. Let's see if he slows down when he really needs to, where maybe he hasn't a couple times. But your thoughts on the psychology there that Magnus is kind of teasing us a little bit with that answer on there'll be a time and a place for maybe something different later on.
Overall, I think Nepomniachtchi has been good, in my opinion. I think a moment that's not talked about enough about yesterday is when he took with the pawn instead of the queen. When Magnus unprovoked gave away his bishop for a knight. I think his decision to take with the pawn was shocking, but it was also ambitious, right? It's part of the reason he ended up losing the game, because he could have basically just exchanged off everything and made an easy draw with the black pieces, but he wanted more. And also in the white games, I feel like Magnus has played really, really well to make it look easy, how he defended game 3 and game 5. So to me, there is some personal growth in Nepomniachtchi that we see in this match. He's more patient. He's using his time better. He's grinding small edges instead of just going crazy. And I think for the next game, what's interesting to see is whether or not his reputation as a moody player, one who doesn't really cope well with troubles, if that is something he has successfully worked on as well. Because we can already see all of these other phases of the game that he has improved. If he also has improved his mental ability to cope with losses and such, then he's showing his very best self in this World Championship. And when you're facing Magnus, your best self, more often than not, is still not good enough. But I think the training he's done for this championship, even if it doesn't give him the result he wants here, it's gonna become evident in the years to come that he has made a leap even further than where he was before.
One of the things you just said there was about yesterday's game when he did unprovoked play g takes f6. That was Ian Nepomniachtchi, and during the game I was speculating he could do that. I didn't know if it was going to be played, but my question for you, Hammer, is that was an unprovoked decision by Jan to fight. He decided to keep the combat on the board, prolong the game, and try. So what is it about these games with the white pieces where it doesn't feel like he has that same fight, or maybe he just doesn't feel the positions in the same way as in some other lines? And you mentioned the preparation seemed poor. Leavon was saying the same thing. So he was asked, and Jan said, we'll see, essentially, and what he might or might not change. What does he have to change? Because something must change, right?
Well, I think judging him on today's game is really tough, because today is always going to be influenced by how he lost an 8-hour game yesterday. They were tired. Magnus said he didn't sleep well. Jan said he didn't sleep particularly well. It's just judging him on this game alone is a bit rough. Whereas if you look at also his 2 previous white games, I do think he's been putting pressure. And I have been saying this over and over, but I'll say it again. I think the Magnus's defensive effort with the black pieces in game 3 and game 5 have made it seem like deceptively easy. Like Jan was never really putting on pressure, when I think a lesser player would have stumbled so easily against what was very, very good opening preparation from the Russians. So let's see for the next white game when he has a rest day to adjust. Then we can see if he's lacking fighting spirit. But for now, I think some mistakes definitely were made in this game. I think most of them were made before the game even started, that they didn't prepare this plan Magnus went for, because that is honestly shocking There I agree with Leavon that Jan was not. Jan chose a different plan from the white side. Magnus chose the same plan for black, and yet it was Jan who just seemed like he didn't know what to do and ended up exchanging all the pieces, right? So something went wrong in this game, but I think it was just as much after effects from yesterday and preparation errors in judgment as much as it was Jan's fighting spirit.
Great insights. Obviously, we'll see where it goes. I think there is also one other storyline that isn't being talked about, because I just saw a chat. Shout out to the comment from Lula Robs, who said there's also the possibility that Magnus loses with white. Let's not forget that the last time he was in big trouble in Game 6, right, against Caruana, he was white. The last time he lost a classical game in the World Chess Championship, he was white. So maybe there's an interesting storyline that Jan is hoping for Magnus to push.
But he wasn't leading at that point.
Of course it was different, and of course.
Precisely.
Yeah.
No, but that's such an important difference, right? You're not going to take the same risks with the white pieces when you're not chasing, trying to get a lead. When you already have the lead, you can protect it and you can just be solid and you don't feel that same pressure. So I think that's a very good point from Robert, and a massive difference in comparison to those examples.
For sure, and the time will tell, I guess, as this rolls on. But either way, this has been a great guest segment, as we come to expect from you, Hammer, from Norway. Thank you so much for bringing it. I would ask you something funny right now, but then you'll probably roast me in some random way. So I'm not even going to let you speak again. I'm just gonna say we love you, buddy, and we'll see you tomorrow. But seriously, thanks for being here. Bye. I love how he nods silently, knows that he's like, all right, I won't roast you, Danny. You're welcome. I won't roast you. That guest was brought to us by Grip 6. And reminder again, thank you to them for the sponsorship of our guest segment here. And you can go to grip6.com/chess and use the promo code chess to get 25% off. Okay. At the break, you are going to be given the answer to the trivia question. If you've been playing along with us, good for you, because we're giving away a 1-year Diamond membership every single day. All you got to do is quote tweet the answer to our trivia question, which comes to you from the official @ChessCom Twitter account. So if you've been playing along, good for you. If not, you still have an opportunity to do so. It's a 1-year Diamond every day. Today's question was a fun one, and the answer is coming right up from Jonathan Korbla when we return after this break.
Hi, Jonathan Korbla, back at the World Chess Championship playing site with another trivia question for you. This one about the 1978 World Chess Championship, when Viktor Korchnoi launched a protest against Anatoly Karpov. The reason? A cup of yogurt. The thought was perhaps Karpov was receiving some kind of signal about a move, or even a possible draw with the flavor of the yogurt that he brought. What was the flavor of the yogurt that Anatoly Karpov took to the table with him?
Chess.com is proud to release Game Review, a simple, streamlined tool to help you learn from your games. Immediately see your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy and how many brilliant and great moves were played. Then select Start Review to dive into the game. Learn about the opening and get helpful stats on your performance. Retry mistakes to learn and improve your accuracy score. See why moves are played thanks to the coach's feedback, and click Show Line to see helpful engine recommendations. Play a game, start review, and try it today.
In case you didn't see, our partners at Coinbase are sponsoring Chess.com's coverage of the 2021 FIDE World Championship, and boy, are we thankful. Whether you're an experienced trader, been doing this for years, or just thinking about making your first crypto purchase, Coinbase is the place to go. Visit coinbase.com/chess and get $5 in free Bitcoin when you sign up and verify your account today. Welcome back, everyone. Our post-show moves to its next segment, which is going to be premiering our next segment of Chess, A Reflection of Us. We did not premiere episode 6 during the historic, after the very long and historic day that was Game 6 yesterday. So we have a treat right now coming up. This particular episode focuses on Alexander Aljohin, his challenge for the world title against Jose Raul Capablanca, and the other things surrounding the Alekhine, as he's often pronounced, but it is Aljohin, if you didn't know that. Here is Chess, A Reflection of Us, episode 6. Enjoy.
It is said that all good things must come to an end, and so it is for the reign of world chess champions. Whether it is Emanuel Lasker's 27 years in the spotlight, or Mikhail Tal, who held the title for just 1 year and 5 days. Eventually, a winner will find himself on the losing end of a title match or tournament. For Jose Raul Capablanca, his 6-year run as the world chess champion title holder would end with a match against Russian player Alexander Alekhin. It was September 1927 in Buenos Aires. Capablanca was the huge favorite. He had already beaten Alekhin in other tournaments and not lost a single game to him. But Alekhin was no stranger to the game or the pressure that comes with it. Born into a wealthy Russian family, his older brother taught him to play chess. By age 16, he was considered one of Russia's top players. Alekhin's preparation checklist was complete. He had raised the required $10,000 for the match, he had studied Capablanca's games, and learned to play in his style for this match. Alekhin even physically trained for the competition. All that was left was to play, and preparation showed. The meeting between Capablanca and Alekhin was one of the longest formal world chess matches in history. And though Alekhin won, he later admitted that even he was surprised by the victory. It was the first of many matches to come for the World Championship that would be won by players who had never before defeated their opponent. During the course of the match, a decree granting Alyekin's request to be a French citizen was granted. He started the match as a Russian and would win the championship as a Frenchman. The two masters made an informal agreement to play a rematch sometime within the next year, but it would never happen because Capablanca failed to raise the necessary $10,000. Yefim Bogalyubov, a Russian-born German player, then challenged Alyekin. Calling Bogalyubov a more serious challenger, Alyekin accepted, despite Bogalyubov's failure to raise $10,000. The two agreed to a public match held in 6 different cities in Germany and the Netherlands, with Alyekin receiving $6,000, regardless of the match's outcome, and his challenger receiving the balance of the monies raised for the match. Bogalyubov had beaten past world champions Emanuel Lasker and Jose Capablanca, but he could not beat the reigning champ. It would be 5 more years, 1934, before Alyekin would have to defend his title again by facing Bogalyubov for a second time. Not only was the challenger the same, but so was the agreed upon format. It was the only championship ever held inside Nazi Germany. Alyekin held on to the title of World Chess Champion for now, but it was just a matter of time until his reign came to an end. Coming up, new changes for the World Chess Championship, and find out what brought the World Championship to a halt for 10 years. Hi, Jonathan Corblatt back with the answer to our trivia question. This one, definitely the weirdest one. What flavor of yogurt did Anatoly Karpov bring with him to the table that was the source of such controversy and perhaps a signal about whether or not to take a draw? Well, none other than blueberry yogurt.
We hope you enjoyed that episode of Chess, a Reflection of Us, as well as the answer to today's trivia question, and somebody won a one-year Diamond membership. But now someone else is joining us. He is Mr. Chess Bra himself, Grandmaster Eric Hansen, on the couch, if you will. You're a sofa boy with us today, sitting right there.
I wish you invited me.
We could fly you out here. It's not too late.
That would be the best.
You can sit on the couch next to Fabi.
It's not too far. Hey, you know, I haven't been getting my once a year Danny visits. Well, I also didn't catch Robert.
You do have to wake up at 3.
Yeah, if you come, you have to wake up and let Fabiano cook you breakfast.
That's a big selling point, really. Like Fabi should be able to cook. I have a feeling his parents who could cook.
The video that we released today, for those who may have missed it, Fabiano cooking Hess breakfast, now currently trending on Twitter. But we've got Mr. Chess Bra here.
Oh, I gotta watch that.
Oh yeah, you gotta go watch that. But Eric, before you do that, you're now here for the second time, and a lot's changed, right? We've had a win in classical chess for the first time in 5 years, a historic one at that. Then we had a very short game, to the surprise and dismay of many, I think, Ian Nepomniachtchi fans. So I'll just give you the floor and let you talk about, I guess, the win yesterday, but also the follow-up today and where we're at here in the match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was discussing, I think I was streaming a bit last night, that I wouldn't be surprised if there was a short draw today. If Nepo were to go down by 2, I think the match is pretty much over. And so from his perspective, there's still enough games to go where you're just waiting for that one chance. And I think for Jan, looking back at his career, I think a few players have mentioned he sometimes didn't take losses well when he was a top 10, top 20 player, where he'd lose and kind of lose control of the tournament a little bit. So I think him stabilizing, even though wasn't exciting, is probably something they realistically considered, and is there's still many games afterwards. Not not too many, but the point is like all you need is that one opportunity, and he's had that one opportunity already at the minimum in the first half of the match to get a win, and I think in the second half there's still that chances. So I just think though the deficit is too much to overcome if you just kind of overpress or like go down by 2. Like Magnus will have that in the bag, but as long as it's a one point game, they're going to keep doing what they're doing and count on Jan cashing in his chance. So I'm not too surprised by this result. A bit, it's like
that's a very fair summary, Eric. And a question I have for you though is, when we had you a couple of days ago, we were talking about what needs to change. Everyone was clamoring, oh, the way these matches work, they're not exciting, they're boring, the draws. What about now? The game yesterday was same opinion, even though the game yesterday was one of the most epic games in chess history, and all the draws that led to that moment built up the excitement.
It built up the excitement for the people that stuck with it. You guys have to, but I know people that dropped off because it was a full week where you're kind of like trying to build yourself up, or people have been building themselves up for months, and it kind of happened like that. So it's kind of like, I love yesterday's game. I would love to figure out a format that you need to get people interested in the beginning too. I mean, that's a full week of like draws. Okay, there was a game or two that was like interesting. I would still try to change the format a little bit. I do like having a conclusive result or something. I just, if we got a result yesterday, but like, look, I'm not changing my opinion. I know some people are. It's like it's still a little too solid for me. I just don't think it's going to attract the most people when you have to get through like 7 games. Like, for example, yesterday's a decisive result, and we just look at the draw rate at the World Championships recently. And if I was like looking as a governing body, I would try to like figure out how that can be improved, because there should be a correlation between like decisive results and some interest in the game. Just like in hockey or basketball, they really helped push scoring, or goaltending equipment was reduced. I would still spice things up, even though despite liking yesterday's game a lot.
Well, obviously it's
same stance.
Certainly fair. I think we'll avoid the discussions on format and things, because we had those in a previous round. For those who want to back up and hear Eric's thoughts, I liked a lot of them, and there are many different ways to approach maybe future formats. But speaking of the match here, seeing how Jan approached this game as white, knowing that Magnus now gets more chances with the first move going forward. I know you predicted Magnus would win this, but your thoughts on Jan's chances and what he might need to do differently, or his team of seconds might need to do differently to give it the punch that he needs to deliver against the world champion.
Well, he's been getting some chances as black mainly, and I don't think he can count on that anymore now that Magnus has the lead, in terms of how Magnus sometimes plays as white or gave some chances. One thing that surprised me is hearing Magnus's father or some people say how happy Magnus was after the win. I didn't realize, like, he really was like, that getting that first win was so important. I thought he was a little more relaxed in that. So that was interesting to hear. For Jan, they do need to find something with white, because that hasn't produced pretty much anything throughout the whole match. But that could always just be a problem. Like I don't know how you fix that. That's kind of beyond my pay grade there. What the teams are doing to actually get an advantage. Like they're gonna have to mix something up. Like Jan used to play the Scotch with white, but it's probably a little too concrete with preparation to play. Not enough room to actually get a position. And but he's not a big D4 or C4 player, so I have a feeling we're going to see him bring one of those out a little more. But I don't think you can count on getting exciting positions as black anymore now that Magnus has that lead. So it's definitely up to his team to give him something more.
One of the questions I was going to ask you, Eric, because you said now that Magnus has the lead, he probably won't play as risky chess. But we saw In game 2, it was e4, e5, knife 3, knife 6. The Petrov, which we know is very solid. Fabiano Caruana is the world's leading expert in that line. But if Magnus were to play e4, do you think the time is now for Jan to play a Sicilian, or you're happy to draw with black? At what point do you strike?
Yeah, I don't think the time is now yet, but probably the next game afterwards, because maybe you still want Magnus to show that he's going to be playing stable as white, because the last couple of white games, even though Magnus won yesterday, there were some chances. So probably you still get that one solid draw in, and then you find out, because I guess the Sicilian is something you prepare for the World Championship match for these situations. So I definitely think they're ready, but attitude-wise, I feel like Nepo and his team were going to consider a little too early to bring it out. It's still something to demonstrate that you can hold your opponent with black effortlessly, and I think they're still going to want to do that against Magnus if they can, in something like the Petrov, just for a bit of a confidence booster. A good draw with black, and just once again go back to the drawing board and figure out what to do with white. I think that's going to be what the team's going to opt for.
Good stuff there.
By the way, you guys had me on the full cam there, right in the morning. It's rough out here.
Well,
I can't look at myself. I'm just looking at the chat, but I
still willing to bring you out. We can fly you out here and give you an opportunity to sit on the couch and audition, if you will. I won't refer to it as a couch that the chat was yelling.
Jeez.
No, the casting coach there is very attractive.
I didn't know if we were going to get out of this interview without.
Definitely want to apply.
I don't even know what you're talking about in regards to that. So anyway, this has been great, Eric. Well,
it looks like there's space on the couch, and it looks there's just space on the couch. And I got Yasser and Aman doing the post game show, so
okay.
I'm an expendable body. I can go anywhere.
I love it.
Talk about anything, chess wise. Chess
right,
wise.
man.
Yeah. I don't know why you're giggling.
All right. Well, this has been great. We'll stay in touch. I think we'll have you on the show again,
What
whether
about
it's
you
in
guys?
person or not. We will have you on the show again. And
Yes.
And really appreciate it, Eric. Good stuff and good thoughts. And
Well, I have Aronian visiting on Monday, Mr. Tari. So we might be able to get some of his thoughts. He's here for about 10 days. So he'll be here for like the last week of the World Championship. Maybe we can get some leaks from Norway. I know you guys have Hammer.
Great.
We can get a few different angles.
Okay, good stuff. Remind everybody, go to twitch.tv/chessbra. As Eric said, Aman and Yaz are holding it down. Often we had Yasser hanging out in the chat yesterday for a bit too. You can go check them out, and of course check out Mr. Chessbra himself when he's streaming. Will you be streaming later today?
Probably will be, but like first I'm gonna hang out.
Yep.
I'm more of an evening streamer if I can choose, so it kind of depends on that. But probably at night I'll be around. For now, it's mainly Yasser and his stories, and he's pulled out a few new stories, so that's
Cool.
always good.
All right, man.
Some new ones.
Well,
But,
thanks
yeah.
for being here again, and I think we're gonna have you on a future episode. I admit I'm not really aware of what's going on right now under these lights, but really appreciate it. And
I think in like five days, you guys bring me back for a few words and then kick me out again.
all right, man. We'll talk to you later. Bye.
Thanks, Robert. Thanks, Danny. Have a good one, guys.
All right, and that was the man Eric Hansen. The chat was screaming references to the couch, obviously, and there you go.
You don't have to say out loud everything that you see on screen.
Oh, believe me, I don't, because most of it is just, would make me feel very bad about myself in general. But brings me back to the couch discussion that I had in PogChamps. We don't want to talk about that. Okay.
Why are you doing this?
Yeah, let's move on. The couch is comfy, if you're wondering. All right, well, we are going to be right back with our final thoughts on the day. Fabiano will rejoin us in studio. The Coinbase critical moment is up ahead. So don't go anywhere. We're going to have our final thoughts of what was Game 7 from the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship in just a bit. Guys, what's here? Robert, it's here.
No way.
It's here, dude. Hold on. And boom. We did it. Yeah, baby. It is the World Chess Championship. That's what I'm talking about. This one has the copyright C.
What is that, Danny?
But you get it. No, look at it. Look at it. You'll see. You'll see. Here, there's a few others. It's the design,
Oh,
the
that
full
was nice.
thing.
That one.
Nice.
Here, I want that one.
You see it? Bobby, you get it now? You see it?
No, I have no idea what.
No, his face, there's missing C's.
I don't get it, Danny.
Robert, you want to explain it?
You know my name. The game you play, it's called chess.
Right.
And there's no word championship. It's championship. So there's a C, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah?
No.
I mean, I think it's hilarious. And don't you think people would buy this?
No, I don't think anyone's gonna buy that. Danny, that's the stupidest I've ever seen in my life.
Well, holy. Do you think it's too late to send it back? I ordered a lot. back here now with the guys on the couch. Eric wishes he was invited to the couch, but I'm a little worried what Mr. Chessbar might do with the couch.
I'm starting to wonder what kind of couch this is.
You are, you're comfortable on the couch, we'll just say that. Well, we're comfortable bringing you our Coinbase Critical Moment every time we end the show. Why? Because we have a beautiful board. So it's easy to bring you the Coinbase Critical Moment. Remember, you can go to House of Staunton and use the promo code chess.com or just go.chess.com/Staunton to be directly linked to it. All right. Well, you know, based on how the interviews went with all the guests who joined us and the general kind of commentary around the lack of fight that was the rebound game, will it ultimately prove well for where Jan's mental state is at? Obviously, time will tell. But for us right now, we're definitely going to draw attention to, I guess, knight takes f6 as the first sign that we were not going to see a line to really challenge Magnus's rook b8.
Yeah, I think that the way that Leavon framed it was excellent. And Fabiano did as well. It's not just about this one move, knight takes f6 check, because it is an understandable move in the grand scheme of things.
Right.
The problem is the match situation, the way the games have been going when Jan is white. He's had nice advantages, some slight pull, some edges, but then it disappears.
Yep.
And then Magnus is able to equalize, and sometimes without too much effort. And you need to challenge Magnus Carlsen.
What you just said about Leavon reminded me that I'm gonna guide your response, I want, to something Jan mentioned, because he said he thought that maybe if we saw this again, whether the move order changes or not, the pawn should be on h3. He mentioned the variations with the knight coming to b2 and c3 as potentially offering more fight. So your prediction early on whether if we get this particular 8-a4 anti-martial, we see that move order the next time.
Well, I think it's a big question whether Magnus will risk rook b8 a third time.
Okay.
Because he's really asking for some deep preparation and some very targeted preparation if he keeps going for the same line. The first time was a big surprise. The second time was a surprise because it wasn't a surprise. The third time is just shows that he believes in it.
Yeah.
So that will be interesting to see. Will Jan go for the same exact approach? I don't think so. I think his team will come up with something original.
Yep.
The question, what that will be, is anyone's guess.
They say, fool me once, shame on you.
I just got to do it. The rook is on e1.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did this very, very quickly before the break. No one paid attention. I was only setting it up to highlight knight takes f6. Now we have the exact position. Actually, we don't, because the knight is here. Now we have the exact position. Okay. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me thrice, blame your seconds, I guess. But we'll who knows? Either way, the tone has been set for more storylines going forward. The stage has been set multiple times for Ludwig to join us. Once he found out our questions today, we were going to put him on the spot. Who's his favorite person in chess, Magnus Carlsen or Robert Hess? He quickly said he had another commitment, right? That something came up. Robert, do you think he's avoiding telling the truth to your face?
No, I think Magnus has such a happy day. He won a historic World Chess Championship match, so he didn't want to hurt his feelings.
Okay, well, a previous engagement kept Ludwig out today, but jokes aside, Ludwig will be joining us at some point here on the live show, so don't go anywhere. You know, this has been a wild 24 hours. It feels, we were talking this morning at 3 a.m., that it feels like we just got here, right, with that incredible almost 8-hour game, which was close to a 10 to 11-hour broadcast for us, because we were live a half an hour early here on the show with all the pre-show. If you're not there, you should be. Then we have these 2-hour post shows, right? So we came up with a fun list of things you can do in less than 10 to 11 hours, which was our broadcast yesterday. You can drive from New York to Chicago if you speed a little bit, in less than our broadcast was yesterday. Okay? You can run 100 miles. The record is 11 hours, 14 minutes, and 56 seconds, set by Alexander Sorokin. So that's something you could probably do in less than our broadcast was yesterday.
I think everyone is that fast.
Yeah, the world record took longer than the broadcast, but of course we can.
This is entertainment. Be quiet. Okay, you can listen to Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody 91 times.
I've done that before.
You've done that before. You can listen to Bohemian Rhapsody 91 times less than our broadcast was yesterday, in the longest ever World Championship game. Figaro. Let him go. Let me go. You can play half a game. You can play half a game of Monopoly.
Wow.
Or you could play 1/4 of a game of Avalon.
You can watch the non-extended editions of the Lord of the Rings. Non-extended because everyone knows they let Peter Jackson off the chain in the extended editions. Like, do we need 10 minutes of the hobbits jumping on the bed? I mean, can we all just call about how inappropriate that scene was?
Says the guy talking about the couch over here in some euphemistic terms.
Such a weird scene. The laughter and the jumping on the bed for 10 minutes, Peter Jackson. Did you lose your mind? In Lord of the Rings Extended Edition. So you cannot watch Lord of the Rings Extended Edition unless in our broadcast, but the normal ones, you're welcome. Without the hobbits, you could. You could cook 313 instant cups of ramen in less than our broadcast was yesterday.
It's a lot.
In less time than our broadcast was. Okay. You can watch XQC get checkmated by Moist Critical in 6 moves 308 times. Who would do that? Who would watch XQC? Hikaru might watch it a lot on repeat. I'm not going to go down.
You're not wondering who would make 313 cups of instant ramen. Well, that one got you.
313 cups, yeah. So there we go. And we hope you enjoyed our little rundown there of things you could do in less time than our broadcast was yesterday for the world's longest chess game in a World Chess Championship match. So it was a historic day yesterday. Today, not so much. But either way, we're going to continue our coverage as the event rolls on. Join us tomorrow if you are on the West Coast at 4:30 a.m. Pacific time when the first move is made. You should be here at 4 a.m. for our pre-show. And as usual, stick around for the post-show, especially at the end when we get these fun moments. This is when we're really just having a ball. We're all going to bounce, maybe go get some brunch or something.
Hopefully an omelet with brie and some avocado.
An omelet with brie. Anish Giri is losing his mind with me on WhatsApp. And then he shared a DM. Anish Giri shared a DM of ours on Twitter.
Is this becoming a therapy session?
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing, Anish? If you mess up that screenshot, you're revealing a lot of things you and I talk about, if you know what I'm talking about. So let's keep this private between us, baby girl. All right, there you go, Anish. Someone clip and ship that to our man who's a little Twitter trigger happy, okay? Keep our DMs where they belong, all right? All right, everybody, thank you for being here. Again, Chess.com's coverage, which is presented by Coinbase, will return tomorrow with Game 8 of the 2021 FIDE World Chess Championship.
It's Expo 2020 and the world is here as well. If everybody in the world loved everybody in the world.
It's about to be a good day, or if you're having a good night, this is goodbye, Dubai.
It's Expo 2020 and the world is here as well. If everybody in the world loved everybody in the world. What a glorious world this could be.
It's the culture, the music, the artwork.
It's
the people.
Everybody in the world. Love everybody in the world. Deutschland by Nacht. What a glorious world this could be.
I was just looking for myself, and then Expo came, and it makes me emotional.
Come on and join us. A new world is just beginning, and it's right here at Expo.
you.